on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse podcast. My name's Isaiah Goodell.
And I'm Sam Goodell.
And we are on episode 8 today, guys.
Woo!
Yeah, exciting, right? We've been plowing right through these movies. We were just talking about how fast this is actually going.
That last episode, if you haven't seen it yet, Avengers, we did a retrospective on Avengers 1. Man, we had fun with that.
I got to tell you, Sam, just real quick before I get into our agenda, I was listening to our last episode this last week, and I listened to it twice, which is wild because it's long, which is good, though, because that's why we break it up in parts. But I enjoy listening to us. We got to do something, be doing something right, because I listen to a lot of podcasts, and just listening to us again is refreshing. Mm-hmm. And I always was worried about how I'd feel about my voice and I'm listening to it, you know, but when I listen to our podcast, it's like, hey, I'm glad someone's saying that about that, you know, and I like that we're saying certain things. I hope that you guys appreciate that too. We're trying. That's at least our angle here is we hear from a lot of different podcasters, and we might repeat some of the stuff they say too, but we really want to try to put other options out there too, or specifically ours, but yeah, it was a good time.
I completely agree. I like re-listening to anything that I do that's recording wise, for especially like for this podcast, because it just helps me better for the next episode on if I'm doing too many if I'm over speaking, if I'm doing too loud, things like that. But also it's just that's one reason why I'm happy for this podcast, is because sometimes the common narrative out there would be go for this, or we like this and things like that, and be like, not everyone feels the same. So it's good to have healthy debate and healthy rebuttals and just more content out there, because there's a vast differences of opinions on these things. And I'm finding that out. Each retrospective we're doing on these movies is making me rethink how I view the Avengers movies and the MCU as a whole. And it's really fun. It's really, really fun, honestly. So I hope you guys, like my brother said, are enjoying this too. So definitely please press the like button on this video if you're watching. If you're not watching and you're streaming, we do have a YouTube version of this, of course. So please subscribe to our social media. We really need that help to get the algorithm going. Comment. Even if you don't like what we're saying, please comment on it, because it helps us out tremendously. There's no such thing as bad publicity for stuff like this, guys.
Yeah, hit us with it. We'll take it.
That's fine. Hey, you're helping us, and so please do.
Well, with that said, guys, we do have a heck of an episode today. I'm going to give you our agenda. We got a lot of stuff going on, okay? So just to let you know, for agenda for this episode, our Multiverse Minute, we got several news stories, a good 4 of them, actually. And we got some good rumor mill rundown stuff to really talk about today from things that we found all week. And we also got our branch point breakdown of Daredevil Season 2, Episode 7. Last one before the finale, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And then we also have our main event, which is our retrospective on Iron Man 3, guys. We're there. We have made it to Iron Man 3.
The end of a trilogy. Can you believe it?
That's actually wild to think about. This soon of it, too, right?
It's crazy.
Man.
Feels like we just started this podcast yesterday. And thank you for any of you who have been listening to us since the very beginning. Please encourage your friends and family members and all your loved ones and all your ones you don't like to follow us.
That's right. Even your enemies. Send us there.
Send it. So, thank you. Well, shall we begin with the Multiverse Minute?
Let's do it. Why don't you go ahead and start us off with our first news story?
All right. We're going to begin in just a moment. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Goodell Multiverse podcast. We're going to talk about the Multiverse Minute, even if it's 45 minutes, the news of the week. So today is May 1st, 2026. So happy May Day, everybody. And the first thing actually we're going to talk about is a DC topic. So the Lanterns trailer. Some things went down, guys, in this past week. It was taken off of every major official account online, the trailer, completely. And in the same day, a new marketing promo art was rolling out, and that stayed on track. That was on schedule. And then suddenly everything was re-uploaded with better graphics and better imagery. And we definitely have to talk about that, because you don't see that happen too often. So yeah, last Saturday, DC Studios decided to suddenly pull its upcoming HBO Max series Lanterns trailer everywhere online, yet promotional material was still rolling out. Then suddenly, things were re-edited and uploaded, and the major sticking point out there, Ike, is that it was due to fan backlash. So, what are your thoughts initially on this?
Initially, it's definitely strange because, this is a trailer that everyone was waiting for. It's a big deal. I personally am not a huge fan of the Green Lantern Corps and all that. That's a big sell on me. So you have to, you really got to try to get me interested in what we're talking about when it comes down to Green Lantern and everything. So it's an important trailer to get guys like me to be interested in the show. I got a chance to see the trailer before it was down, which is good. I'm sure there's some people out there that haven't, probably not a lot, because I think it got a lot of hits. But there's probably some people wait a minute, I didn't even get a chance to watch that yet, and that's too bad, because it's a good trailer. I have several thoughts on this. My initial thought was, is there? I initially thought that they were servicing the fan problem with fans being upset about the colors. Guys, I get it. Would we like it to be that? Sure. If you're diehard, my Green Lantern's got to be perfect, then I get it. I understand that passion because I have it for many things as well. But it's also now your story to tell, and the colors of their suits aren't going to make a difference on how good the story is. It might help. It might feel not as personal to you if Spider-Man's suit is purple instead of red. It'd be weird, but we'd still watch it. And if it was good, how do you say it's bad just because it's purple, right? So I think that I would feel disappointed in James Gunn and them if they caved into just people online being upset about what they saw. Then once you read into it and start looking at what really happened in this, from my understanding, it's not very clear truly what really happened. But Christian Harloff did a nice little segment on his podcast, and he explained that some of it could be due to licensing issues with music and things that are in the trailer. And this is something that DC or Warner Brothers and all them have had a hard time with in the past as well, especially when it comes down to showing their material on other people. If we were to show the trailer now while we're talking about it, is there's a double licensing thing. I don't quote me 100% because he went into it and I was driving, so I couldn't stop to write the notes down. But he did say that there's something like that it could be. There's nothing official about that, by the way. He also did put, so just so you know, this is all speculation, but it could be as simple as, we messed up something and someone's getting fired for sure, because that's a marketing material. It's costing them money every time it's not out because it costs a lot of money to make. So I bet you this gets fixed and that same trailer gets released again. Now, when and how soon, I don't know. If that's what the problem is, I'm sure it's being worked on right now. But because if it's to change things, then that's a shame on James Gunn and them. Then that makes me feel worse about what we're getting out of the DCU, because I am excited to see where this DCU goes, and part of it is a show like this, or like we've talked with Clayface, where I think we should keep our mind open to what that could be, even though it on the surface looks crazy, right? So yeah, I would, you never know, guys. This could go a lot of different ways. My knee-jerk reaction was, they gave in to fans. Don't do that, because I definitely don't think you should. Tell your story. Be brave, because you might be surprised. I mean, do you think Bryan Singer would have gave in to fans if they knew those suits were going to be black in the movie? It's we got them in a trailer, and that was the first thing people complained about was, the X-Men are in black suits. What's going on? Watch the movie. It's amazing. You know what I mean? Things work, guys, in the guise of what it's going to be. So yeah, but I personally, though, now that I've heard some of this, I think it's a licensing thing that's going on, and we're just in the midst of seeing it getting fixed.
Well, I'll have to listen to that segment from Christian Harloff, right?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Maybe we can tag it onto our thing somehow. I don't know how to do that. We'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But anyways,
or at least put on there in the comments where to look for it for this.
Yeah, something like that, because we definitely want to give a shout out to you, Christian. I've listened to you a couple of times too, and we like you, man. So,
yeah.
my initial thought to this was the fan backlash, personally, because just like you, I had the chance to watch the trailer before it was taken down, and then I have seen parts of it when it was re-edited and brought up. Mind you, I haven't watched the complete full trailer, but the imagery alone, even the logo is green. And I know the biggest, so I'll be honest, Marvel is my number one, DC is my number two. I'll watch DC if I'm really bored of Marvel, which is like 0.5% chance that will ever happen, honestly. But that's just me. I do know enough about DC because Green Lantern himself is one of the core Justice League characters, and I like the Justice League. I think they're a cool team. I'm not too much into the mythos of the Green Lantern Corps and the Lantern Corps and all that stuff, but I do know. I have a friend who is a hardcore Green Lantern fan over anybody else. He will pick Green Lantern. I'm like, okay, tell me about this. What is it that's intriguing to you? What is it that makes it so unique? Why does he have such a fan base? Like, just tell me as someone who's genuinely curious. And it is all about the colors. Each of these Lantern Corps, there are all different colors. The colors mean a certain thing. And it talks about, similar to Thor with his hammer, whoever should be worthy can hold Mjolnir, Mew Mew. The ring is similar. The ring chooses you to be the guardian of that world or universe, however it is. Like I said, guys, I'm not a Green Lantern like 101 guy, but this is from what I know of. So please correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But when this trailer initially came out, and they were very clear, this is Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan, two Green Lanterns. And then all the imagery showed brown suits. It showed different colors that were not green. And it doesn't help when one of the producers or writers, I should say, of the show recently came out on the podcast saying, yeah, the color thing is stupid. Be like, wait a minute. Now, like I said, I'm not a Green Lantern, like, super fan here, but I do believe if you are working on a project, you need to know what the project is and be passionate enough about what makes the project good for the fans to have a fan base if you're going to work on it. So if you come out and say that the colors are stupid, why are we bound by the colors? And then you find out that the Green Lantern Corps, the reason why they're called the Green Lanterns is because there's all these different colors and they all mean a different thing. That's kind of sad. That does a disservice to the fans that you're trying to promote this movie to and this show to, this project. So that's my initial understanding of this. It does look more green, and I think that they did that on purpose. It could have been, I don't think personally that it's a story change they did. It's not like they just went through and did some reshoots and they redid the whole trailer just as a new story. I think the story's staying the same. I just think that they realized from the fans in particular that, oh, these colors do mean something to them. And so if that means turning the brown shade up a couple notches to reveal more green, maybe the special effects to make the ring look green and glowing, fine. I don't think that it's changing the story. I just think visually it's looking appealing to people that are going to freely promote it for you online. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I guess maybe I didn't realize how important the colors were because, like I said, I don't know them. I do realize there are different colors. I did see the old Green Lantern movie, and they explained that a lot. Mm-hmm. But we also don't know the context. This is just a trailer. I mean, there could be a reason why that suit's brown. What if he's like in exile or something, and this is what you get while you're in exile? Or we don't know what's going on here, right? So for fans to just freak out because it's not right what it should be right away, to me still feels very knee-jerk reactionary, if that's what it is. Because you can add these colors in and do all this without pulling a trailer.
That's true.
But you can say, hey, look, the show comes out and everything's green. Like, oh, wow, the thing was wrong. Cool. Yeah. There's tons of trailers out there that have whole entire scenes that aren't even in the movie.
And to be honest, guys, and I'm not saying this as a diss to DC, but announcing a Lanterns trailer was not bringing up the hype that I think that James Gunn thought it would. And so having a controversial trailer be released, making everyone talk about it, and then pulling it and putting it back up, that could be just some super genius James Gunn move for us to talk about.
Yeah, it might be. But I also don't think he cares if you're hyped or not. He's just going to make it. Because what's the worst he's going to do? Lose his job? The guy still has made how much money doing what he's done. And until he makes a bad movie, you're not going to get him kicked out.
Yeah.
So this might look bad. The reception might not be there yet. But if it comes out and it hits, it's no one's going to remember this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just like with Superman. He is on record saying it just needs to break even. I don't care if it's a $1 billion movie, because it's more important to him that it's good. Because if it's good, he'll make more because you'll want more.
Mm-hmm.
And it was good enough. You know, it's just Superman's not our cup of tea. So it's kind of like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it was good enough. I mean, it's not the worst movie, you know, so.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we're going to be getting from him, is his attitude is also, I really don't care if you like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's why I definitely lean more towards there's something going on that's like a licensing thing that's got this thing taken down. Because a lot of the stuff that you can fix for fans, you don't pull the whole trailer for, where nobody can see it. Like, and to me, that shows we're not allowed to, which means something's going on that is that's not, because even if you're going to change it, you'd still leave this one out there. You'd still want the marketing to be there.
Yeah.
And then, you know, just out of nowhere, drop another one with a little different tweak in here and there. And people say, oh, look, it's fixed. They did that with Sonic, actually.
I was thinking the same thing. They
never took that trailer out.
Yeah, it looked, everyone complained because it doesn't look like Sonic. Right. And I'd be like, all right, you watch it and you're like, come on, guys, you could do better. The video game's literally right there on your shelf.
Yeah.
But then they released updated version of the trailer. Yep. And
you could see both of them at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that was a good thing that fans complained about, because that Sonic looked weird.
Yeah.
I knew what they were trying to do. I know what they were trying to do, and I kind of give them a lot of credit for it. But like, I think they underestimated. Just make him look like the cartoon. We don't need.
That's the thing,
this
guys.
Weird looking pedophile looking hedgehog.
I love your eagerness of creativity, but at the same time, when these characters are already made and written for you, it's not that hard.
Right.
Don't make it harder. Your work is hard enough to make it look believable.
Yeah.
So don't go the extra mile for some statement. Yeah. Whatever. So the question is for you guys on the Lanterns TV show. Do you agree with Ike's assessment? Maybe it was a licensing issue. That's why it was pulled massively across all accounts. Do you believe a little bit more of my thoughts? It was more of a fan backlash, and they're like, let's re-edit this and reanimate this and make it look a little greener. But it could be a mixture of both. It could be everything, to be honest. It was like, one package. Let's just redo the whole thing, guys. What are your thoughts? Please let us know in the comments below and share this with a friend. We definitely want to know.
Yeah.
All right. Ike, take it away for the next one. This is going to be an interesting.
All right, guys. So some more Spider-Man news. Maybe we'll talk about Spider-Man until it comes out, obviously, because we can't wait. So Tom Holland announces recent behind-the-scenes, or recent reshoots, right?
Yeah.
To add new footage. And Amazon Spider-Noir releases a new trailer with exclusive early access for certain Prime subscribers.
Yes.
So... I gotta be honest. I don't know. I don't really care for any kind of the early access stuff.
Me either.
It never ever applies to me. It's cool. People are gonna get it. I can wait till it comes out. We literally just watched the trailer because Sam had asked me, have you seen a new one that just dropped? I'm like, no, I didn't. So he held his computer up and I watched it, and wow, it should not look that good. It has no right looking as good as it does, but it looks great. You know, these early access people are in for a treat, I think.
Yeah. All it is, like you said, it's just early access. It just means a couple days in advance, maybe at most, because this is coming out within the next couple weeks. It's like May 27th, I believe it comes out. So, guys, whether it's coming out early access on the 24th or the 20th or tomorrow, it's not like I get your gripe if you're paying a lot of money for Amazon Prime, and this is a Prime exclusive, so you can only find it there. Yeah. And then Amazon adds an extra layer of, hey, purchase this, and we'll even give it to you quicker. Be like, why? You're already asking people to pay, like, I don't know how much a year for Amazon Prime. So why are you adding on this extra thing?
Yeah.
I don't get that. It's not like this is a theatrical release where now they're like, you could watch it at home for an at-home price. I get that because they need to somehow make up their money back from it on at-home viewers. But this, I think that's unnecessary. But at the same time, for me personally, it's not a make it or break it for this.
How'd you feel about the trailer though?
Trailer. Awesome.
It's a show, correct? It is a show.
It is a show, and this comes back to what we talked about in the previous episode of where the Spider-Man rights go and things like that. So this Spider-Man, and please correct me if I'm wrong, internet, but this is a different Spider-Man. This isn't Peter Parker. I think this is Ben Reilly, I think they call him. He's a detective. Spider-Noir is his own special comic line, and I love that they're filming this in both color and black and white.
Yeah, me
too.
too.
If you like that black and white taste, definitely watch it in that. It looks cool. But for me, I watched the trailer in color, and I gotta tell you, it looks magnificent in color too.
Yeah.
It's not like they just put a filter on it for the color version. They really did film this very elegantly well, and I'm actually genuinely excited to see who is this character, because I don't know too much about Spider-Noir.
I know nothing about him.
Yeah.
It's I'm actually like, it's
I like Nicolas Cage and him.
Oh, I can't believe we got 60-something-year-old Nicolas Cage playing Spider-Man.
Right?
Like, I'm all for this, man.
This is so cool.
It's like, I can't wait to do.
Like, they get this done.
Yeah, I can't wait to do our branch point on this show.
Yeah, we did decide that, guys. That after Daredevil, while we're waiting for Vision Quest to come out, the next branch point breakdown segments are going to be every week's episode of Spider-Noir.
Yeah, I mean, why not? We're going to give it a try, and it just looks, the cast in this looks great. I had no idea Brendan Gleeson was in this movie. Holy moly, guys. He's one of the best actors out there. He's very underrated. He's excellent. And he looks like he's the villain in this, right? Is what appeared to me in the trailer.
It looks like there's multiple villains.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, it just looks good. It just looks like a lot of fun. Yeah. And Nick Cage, guys, come on. We need more Nick Cage in our life. No matter what people say, let him do his crap movies. But when he's on, you know, and I'm excited to see that. So, but the first part of this news is Tom Holland announced his recent reshoots to add new footage.
I did a reel online, guys, that it was released. So definitely go and check that out on our YouTube page where he gives a quick reaction to it. It was really good. Yeah,
and I'll mirror some of the stuff I said in that. Basically, all movies have these reshoots. There's nothing new here. Him saying it like that, I don't know. I think it's kind of clickbaity, to be honest. I don't think if there is things being added, that's the time to do it, isn't reshoot, especially if it's easy stuff. And I can't think of probably every one of these superhero movies we talk about has done this. Like, oh, by the way, let's add this, let's add that, let's add this.
And I will say there's nothing controversial except for personal fanfare of Jean Grey that's come out about the Spider-Man movie where I can see them say, oh, we need to correct this. You know, Spider-Man has been, the writing behind it, the directing behind it, everything's been pretty consistent of, we are ready for this movie. We are going to do it on our timely schedule and reshoot. So just like with every movie, it's part of the thing. Because you get into the editing room and you're like, that scene doesn't work. We need to look at it from a different view. And therefore, there's 2 days of reshoots right there on just that scene. You know, it's simple stuff, guys. And I don't think if they did add Jean Grey, they're not going to, in the reshoots, take her out. If she's in it, she's in it. So we'll just have to figure that out when we get there.
Yeah. I wouldn't stress too much about whatever this is, guys. I doubt it's anything huge. Some of it is timing. Some of it's like, hey, we only got this person for a couple of days, so they're going to go in the reshoot category. They could be shooting some completely new footage, but it's only because they set this time apart in the beginning of all this. Before this movie even started production, part of its production notes was so many days of reshoots for these reasons. Every single movie you watch, guys, has this. Every single one. Some more extensive than the others. The stories you want to worry about is when they say, you know, we're doing extensive reshoots and the movie now is moved to a different date. Those are the things that you should be like, oh no. That means something's changed in the process of production. You know, when they already have planned this and they haven't moved the date, then you're all right. It's just normal stuff. Now, they could add wild. Who knows? There could be something wild in this.
Could be a whole new scene.
Thanos could show up. Who knows? Why not? Everyone else is in this movie, obviously. So it's, you know, let's see what happens. But yeah.
Maybe get Professor X just roll up in there. I guess.
Just rolling by.
Yeah. I would laugh though. Honestly, I would.
It'd be funny.
Yeah. I wish the best cameo could have been for this movie. Stan Lee play Professor X.
Yeah, I know.
Just roll by and be like, huh?
I still, a part of me thinks that it wouldn't be in bad taste to put Stan Lee in these movies. Like
Yeah.
I know I'm going to get a
We
lot of
miss it.
backlash on that.
Just
But let's
because
be
we
honest,
miss
how
it,
cool
though.
would it be, like, just to have his face there? Or even if you start doing, like, photos of him and things, because you can do a lot of backlog of photos where you're not generating him AI or making him computer then. I don't know. It's a shame to not see him. It's definitely a miss when we don't see him in these movies.
Well, there was a rumor after his passing that he had filmed some stuff in advance of just random stuff to talk about that you could have like generically insert into some of these films. Obviously, we haven't seen that since his passing.
Yeah.
So maybe that wasn't true. Maybe it was just a rumor out there. But if there's backlog footage like that, B-roll footage that is just basic funny stuff while they're trying to film his scene for a movie, you can use that, and then it's not AI, and then you get your Stanley fix for the 2 seconds you see him. Because that's a highlight when we're reviewing all of our retrospectives. I'm actually looking for Stan Lee, and then it dawns on me after Endgame, you don't see that anymore.
Yeah, because it's not new to do characters with CGI that of actors who have passed away. It worked well in Star Wars. It worked well in Alien Romulus. There's a lot. I mean, as long as it's tasteful and everybody agrees it's there, and his estate or whoever would have the rights after he passed away got what they deserved for it, and everyone was, and he got the recognition. Because I'll be honest, one of the biggest missed opportunities I think Marvel's ever going to have in the long run is when we get to a live version of what a Watcher really is. It should be Stan Lee playing the Watcher. Because he shows up in every movie, and it's like that'd be the great disguise of this. He's witnessing all this happening, right, from a different points of view. And how cool would it be if he's just, maybe I'm just thinking that'd be real neat. And to me, it wouldn't be distasteful because he's passed away. No, actually, that'd be honoring him as the Watcher of his creation, right? Like, to me, it's like you're doing him a service of this is yours.
Think about it in this aspect. He's still watching down on us.
Yeah, really, if you want to look at it that way. So,
there you go.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's just our thoughts on that.
Yeah, anyways, let us know, guys, what you think about this. Are you worried about the reshoots? Do you think that there's trouble in Spider-Man waters, or do you think it's just nonsense and they're just doing extra stuff? Because it could be either way, but I think it's the latter. But and also, what do you think about this Spider-Man Noir coming out? And I hope you guys watch the branch point on that. Comment below, guys, on how you feel about this news story and what you think about those two things, please. All right, Sam, hit us with the last one. Almost. I have a surprise for you.
This one, guys, if you are a DC fan and a mega DC fan and just so happen to find your way onto our Marvel Goodell Multiverse podcast, please enlighten us in the comments below. How important is this team? But it was revealed by James Gunn this past week that a film he had wanted to do theatrically called The Authority, based on a team in DC Comics called The Authority, has been shelved because apparently they quite don't know how to write a script for it. And that it brought up a couple big questions for me. So I wrote down here, among James Gunn's ambitious DC Studios projects, a theatrical film focused on The Authority has been shelved at this time, per Gunn himself saying it. And I kept thinking, who on earth are these people? Because like I said, I'm not that big of a DC nerd or DC fan. I do like DC, don't get me wrong, but the only big team I know in DC, like big team, is the Justice League. And then you hear of the Titans and some of these other groups and teams and things like that. But I'm like, who is the Authority? So I did a little digging just so I knew. And to our audience who may be thinking the same thing, how important are these people? Is this even a thing we should talk about? Is this something we should care about? Let me tell you about what this team is, and then you make up your mind if this is something for if this was your cup of tea or not, and if you think this is a missed opportunity having their own theatrical film or not. So, the Authority is a superhero team in DC Comics known for being far more aggressive and morally flexible than traditional heroes like Superman or Batman. They're basically save the world at any cost heroes, often crossing lines the Justice League wouldn't. Their origins are the team was originally created by Warren Ellis and Brian Hitch in 1999 under DC's Wildstorm imprint, which later became part of the main DC universe in the comics. Their debut series, The Authority, helped redefine modern superhero storytelling with cinematic action and darker themes for a comic book. The Authority doesn't wait for permission or worry much about politics. They intervene globally, overthrow dictators, stop wars, and eliminate threats permanently if needed. Think of them as more of an extreme, provocative version of the Justice League. To me, it sounds like the boys, but in DC form. Some of the key members include Jenny Sparks, who could control electricity, and she's the team leader. Midnighter, a brutal Batman-like strategist who can predict fights before they happen. Apollo, a Superman-level powerhouse who draws energy from the sun. Sounds just like a Kryptonian. The Engineer, has nanotechnology in her blood, letting her reshape her body into weapons or machines. That is kind of cool. Jack Hawksmoor, I'm guessing he is the hawk-like figure in here, gains powers from cities themselves. How? That's very interesting. The Doctor, a mystical shaman with vast magical abilities. And really, why do they matter? I guess it's a big shift in the superhero comics at that time. It pushed the idea that heroes could be politically active, violent, and morally gray. And that is definitely influenced in shows like on Amazon's The Boys and things like that. So, I guess, Ike, I'm going to ask you, what do you think of this team? Do you care that they're not going to be a film anymore? Or is this the DC dark horse that we're probably not going to see, if not for a while?
So, yeah, my brain is everywhere on this. And the problem I have, I think, is I don't know who they are. Never heard of them till today. I'm like, who? Unfortunately. They sound interesting. They have a lot of Eternals feeling to me.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time, I also think about James Gunn, and I'm like, man, I think it's shelved mainly because it's not the right time for this team. I had similar feelings about when Marvel announced that they're going to do Guardians of the Galaxy. Someone said, yeah, it's a raccoon in a tree, and a green girl. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? These movies were good until now. I really because I didn't know, I had no idea who these people were.
Mm-hmm.
And because they were pretty new, right? Anyway, they're not that old of a team anyways, right?
Yeah, and it was just a new concept for the MCU to throw this movie in.
And then the movie comes out and you're like, oh, it is brilliant.
Yeah, oh, my gosh.
And it opened us up to the rest of the universe. Mm-hmm. Honestly, was because of that movie we're able to go where we went with the rest of the stuff. I think that's what this movie is as well for DC. Not so much universal wise, but I think that once he establishes the Justice League, it would be interesting to dive into an opposite team that they struggle with dealing with. I think he just needs to. I think it's shelved for that reason. I think James wants to do this. I think it's a passion project of his. Clearly, he must like these characters a lot. He must know them. And he's real good at taking these obscure characters and making a thing out of them that'll be really well. But we're still in the midst of getting a Justice League team.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you need that first, but it definitely, if you're going to have guys like these guys who give them a hard time, I want a little better taste of who our Justice League is.
I agree. I actually think that would have been, for me, if I was in charge of DC Studios, a logical step is build your Justice League. Kind of like how Marvel did. They built their Avengers, and then they expand upon all the rest of the universe later. So you had a core team and core characters you were following through, and you could compare and contrast with the other teams. And this has 7 members. The original Justice League roster had 7 members.
Yeah.
They all look like they can mimic the Justice League to a degree. It feels like you're kind of putting. I would not have picked a team like this that's not as well known as the Justice League to be something that's my immediate coming soon. I could see this in DC Studios Phase 3 if they're doing phases like Marvel did type thing, and they're like, hey, guess what? You already had a taste of Justice League and a couple of the core characters, and this is a working train. Let's add in another team that you can see them intermingle with, and you could really then get a good sense of, oh, there's a stark difference between Justice League and Authority, Batman and this other character that's like Batman, Midnighter. things like that. I think that would have been a little bit of a cool and something for the audience to really grasp that and say, we like these characters, and now we can get a full picture of who they are.
If I were James Gunn, this would be my Civil War of my DC universe, where let's get a few movies in, and then what if we had heroes versus heroes, and they're versus each other because one is a little more violent, and they're trying to tame them. And there's your Civil War movie, right?
That's perfect.
That'd be great. That'd be awesome. And then it'd be cool. There's all these characters out there. So I have no problem with him doing this. And I think that's why it shelved. I think it's only news because he just jumped the gun and talked about it.
Yeah.
And made a big deal.
And
he does that a lot.
James Gunn's very active on social media.
Right.
Odds are, like, out of 10, it's probably like 7 out of 10, he's going to be commenting on something if you send him a message.
In fact, if you send him a message, say, hey, what's next for you? He'll list probably 5 things that he wants to have done, but some of them are probably 10 years from now. You know, it's so you just don't know what and I think he's sticking to his policy. When a script is ready and it's perfect, that goes next. And I just don't think there's this perfect script for this yet. And also, he's probably a little strategically thinking, we probably should establish our main Justice League before we do a whole other team. But you mentioned the boys kind of feel to it. I don't think it'll get that kind of crazy, but I think it does have that kind of feel to it. By the way, guys, I'm watching the final season of The Boys. It is fantastic. It is fantastic. It's Homelander's the only version of Superman I like, and he's such an evil, nasty guy. He's just, it's some of the best superhero stuff I've ever seen is in this show.
Well,
It's such a good show.
I've only watched season 1 of The Boys.
It's a wild show.
It is a wild show.
It's wild.
It's funny. I love Invincible. That's on Amazon.
Oh yeah, it's good.
And it's been like a week and a half now since the last episode has been released, and I had not had time to sit down and watch it, because when I sit down and watch it, I don't want to be working on our podcast editing or on the script or something like that. I want to sit down and focus on it because it is such a good show. I love Invincible.
I think you and I would have a good time if we sat down and did like a 2 episodes at a time with The Boys and talked about it. Because I think you would like it. It's just getting through. It's wild. There's things that when I'm watching, I go, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, what are we watching? But it's there, though. Like, that feeling of, like, the urgency, all the stuff you want, though, is there. Every second that Homelander's on screen is some of the best television I've ever seen. He is, my God, forgive me. Anthony Starr is his name, the actor. He did a show called Banshee, which is also wild, and it's real good. And he plays a guy who kicks a lot of ass in that. But in this, though, he is just, I know we're not talking about that, but this reminded me of it. I just want to throw it out there to you. He's so scary because you don't know what he's going to do. And he's the most powerful being on the planet. He can do whatever he wants to do. And the only reason he doesn't go scorched earth is because he's mentally disturbed. And he's not sure how or what or why so like, there really is no, like, if this guy had his mind about him, he'd probably just take over. And he is right now. You got to watch some show. It's like but he just mercilessly will kill people. You saw in what you did end up seeing. It is he's oh my God, guys.
There's.
And this show does great because nobody's safe. And that's what I like about this show is everybody there's a couple characters, they're not going to get rid of right away because they're building to things. But there's a lot of characters that they'll introduce to you, and 2-3 episodes later, they're gone, dead. And you're like, what? Played by big actors, and they're gone, dead. And it's all because they just want you to be, my favorite scene of his is they're recruiting people for the 7, and this one guy, he's blind, like he's basically a Daredevil version, and he's doing all these cool fighting tricks. He has super hearing and all that. He walks up to Homelander, and Homelander just slaps the sides of his head, and his head explodes. And he goes, "Yeah, so he can't see me coming. We need better people in here." Like, he's just that kind of guy.
Oh my God.
But the creepier scenes about him is he'll be standing. There's moments where you'll see him in the show standing and staring at a wall, and someone will interrupt him, and he'll get like, "Oh yeah, sorry," and you forget that he can see through things. So he's like watching people, like in bathrooms, and he's got a mother complex, so he wants to drink mother's milk. So he uses a shapeshifter to turn into his mom, so he can lay on their lap and feed off of its breast. And I'm telling you, it sounds insane. But when you watch it, though, and you watch the show and how the stakes are there, It's good. It's intense. Anyways, we'll get past that. We'll get to that sometime. Comment down, guys, if you want us to do some in the future. We'll do it, especially with the show ending, because we can do a special on it, and have a good time with it.
I think, yeah,
because it's an easy watch. I watch. I'm invested all the time. But with this here, guys, it's. Yeah, Sam, I don't know. This unique group of characters, funny is this, they all sound like Justice League characters. So it's like, to me, it's like, it feels like an opposite else world of something that's going on. I like the idea. I hope James Gunn gets to do this. I really want to know our Justice League before we get this, though. My own personal taste.
Yeah. So again, guys, let us know. Do you care about the Authority? Are you a Authority super fan? You were excited for this and now you're kind of let down because of the news? Or are you just someone who's like, who are you again? And we're just waiting to see if this does come about. It definitely sounds like James Gunn is interested in doing a show or a movie like this. So odds are it's probably going to be done. The question now is when. So let us know in the comments below what are your thoughts. And Ike, what is your mystery news of the week that I did not plan?
Yeah, so it's not Marvel or DC news, but it's news that we're going to be doing soon because it's May and it's coming out. And I just wanted to kind of throw out to you that I read a lot of early reactions to Mortal Kombat 2. And I got to tell you, some of the stuff I'm hearing is fantastic.
The character trailers are coming out, trickling out on my social media right now. They are awesome.
Oh my God.
I watched the Kung Lao one today.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. Spoiler alert, he died in the first one. And you're like, I'm wondering, how's he coming back? And then they give a little taste. I'm like,
Quan Chi, obviously, right? Yeah. So guys, Sammy and I are big Mortal Kombat fans. Mm-hmm. We had famously spent 6 hours once playing Mortal Kombat, which I'm sure there's a lot of you all out there have done this, playing the same two characters, just trying to beat each other back and forth. And
he won every time except once.
But man, was it fun!
It was
such a good time.
We picked our strongest characters that we like and that we know we can do well with. Then we picked the weakest character that we're not good at.
Yeah, it was the one that had the tag team stuff in it.
Yeah, so it was Mortal Kombat 9. That
awesome one.
You had Scorpion and
Nightwolf.
Nightwolf.
God, sucks.
I had Katana and Shiva.
Oh man, you guys!
And oh my gosh,
hours of entertainment, just those four.
And then when my character dies, I'm like Shiva. I'm like, crap. I don't know how they use her. I only know one thing, and I always would jump on them.
I hope this movie does that. I hope there's a few moments where a character repeats something a few times just for laughs. Because we want the campiness,
guys.
We want the campiness.
If you play it, you do that too. You find 2 or 3 moves that you're like, no matter what, if I do these, I'm probably gonna win.
Yeah.
And so I think that would have been fun. It's kind of like in the first Mortal Kombat.
They did taste it in the first one.
What was it? Liu Kang kept
was tripping him.
Tripped. Be like, yes, because who hasn't done that?
We've all desperately did that to win a round. You knew you were losing.
Oh my God.
We all are guilty of it. Everybody is.
I'm very guilty of the jump kicks. When I know I'm losing, I'm like, jump and kick.
Especially with Shao Kahn or something, because you can't just stand still for that guy. Oh my God. You hit him, he just laughs at you and throws you across and you're dead.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, what I am hearing is that it's surprising and it's good. And the news that I've been hearing, I can't remember where I read it or listened to it. I wish I can. And I've heard it in several different spots. So I'm not really blowing up anybody's spot or leaving them out because other people have talked about it. But I guess they go into a 2D kind of, not 2D, but when they do these fight scenes in this movie, they're saying that it goes almost like how the video game has that moment of the video where you're watching a storyline play out, and then as it goes into the fight, it centers out to where it's got the 2 characters on each side. I guess they're doing this in this movie as well.
That could be very creatively.
The majority of these fight scenes, when they happen, are going to be just you're there moving like you're playing the game, watching them fight, which means it's going to be clear. You get to see what they're doing. And to me, that's awesome. I mean, obviously, there's going to be other angles. You see in the trailers, other angles, and they're going to do stuff. But if you get moments of that, they said it's very reminiscent of what they did with that Doom movie that Carl Urban also was in, where at the end of Doom, it's a famous first-person shooter game. And towards the end of Doom, they give you a 15 to 20-minute segment where it's all in first person of him running through this place shooting monsters. And it's just a taste of, okay, yeah, look, we're playing a little, homage to it, But I guess Mortal Kombat's going to do that with a lot of these. And I'm like, yes, 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 yes.
That sounds.
And they're saying people die. Lots of people die. And Shao Kahn is evil and hardcore. Man, I hope they go the distance, you know. I hope they are willing to actually kill people in this. Like, take these characters and do something with it. You know, I don't want some characters to go, but I'll tell you, get daring, man. You know,
gosh,
like let's kill some that you just feel like, oh my God, I can't believe we just killed that guy.
Yeah.
Like, let's take Liu Kang out. You know, I don't want him to go, but boy, wouldn't that?
It'll be a shocker. That's the thing. That's what they want is a shock appeal. And then be like, how this is going to play out later.
This is much like the games, right? You know what's going to go on. And I think that would be interesting if it was Shao Kahn that did most of the killing. I'd like to see multiple of them try to take him out, and he just
show how brutal he is.
Yeah, show why he keeps winning, and so you earn when he dies, because clearly, you know, we know how the movie's going to end, right, guys? Maybe, no, maybe, who knows? All I know is that, you know, they say this is definitely the tournament. They're saying there's a lot of things I'm hearing that there are deaths, there are big character deaths, there are a lot of character deaths. It's brutal, it's violent, and there's things that we aren't even privy to yet that's not in the trailers that we have no idea we're going to see. I'm like, oh my God. Like, so I'm excited. I can't wait to see that movie and we talk about it, and it's going to be a great time. Well, I just wanted to throw the 2D thing was the news to me, because to me, that's like, oh, I am in for something like this. I think I liked that first one they did, but what it was missing was that idea of the combat felt very rushed. You know, it wouldn't have been nice to see like the end fight. We needed more of those kind of fights in it, in that movie. You know, I don't have a problem with Cole in that. I mean, everybody thinks that's the worst part. I don't got a problem. They introduce new characters in fighting games all the time.
I kind of liked it. To me, it was a little refreshing that I didn't have to know too much about him, because you're seeing the movie through his eyes to a degree. So I hear he's not in this next one, but
he is. He's in the newest trailer. And it shows him fighting Shao Kahn. And I'm telling you right now, guys, you're going to watch him die. I think they kill Cole in the first 15 minutes of the movie. Well, I think that's why they go get Johnny Cage.
Oh boy. And
I think they're like, man, or maybe at the first 15 minutes, but I'm telling you, it's early in the movie and he's gone. And I think that would be smart. It's not because of I'm not saying that because of the fans' reaction to him, that they didn't like him. I'm saying that because you've proven a point that make this like, oh no, this isn't good. This guy is meaning it. Well, so even your newest guy you thought was going to be something, go for it. I think this movie's going to focus more on Katana. I think she's going to be the one to kill Shao Kahn, to be completely honest with you. She's got the biggest history with him out of the game, being the stolen father type of thing, you know.
And like Katana's one of my favorite characters. I usually use between her and Sindel. I use those two a lot,
and she looks awesome in the trailer. She looks like she's kicking a lot of ass. So I think you obviously in the trailer you see that there's a fight between them anyways already. So I think whatever you see in the trailer is a fight that you see, but the outcome of it is. So we see him fighting almost everybody at one point in time. Only one of them can kill him.
Yeah.
This movie could be wild, y'all. I'm just saying. Do we see Raiden die? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like
this year,
anyway,
when it comes to our movies, anyone who likes sci-fi or video games type stuff, you're eating well this year, to be honest.
Oh, between this and Street Fighter? Wow.
Street Fighter. Masters of the Universe comes out 1 month later now.
That's right.
I mean, the Super Mario Galaxy movie just crossed over $1 billion, and that's still going strong.
Wow, really did it? Wow,
yes,
that's
it's the
wild.
first movie this year, from my understanding, that's made over $1 billion.
I'm not surprised. The first one made a lot too.
It did, and this one obviously brought the fanfare, and I liked it. I recently watched it. It was really good. So, guys, comment down below what your thoughts on the Mortal Kombat trailer and all the news coming out, and it's next week, guys. This is awesome.
Oh, we got to talk about going to see it then.
Oh,
would Audie go watch?
He will definitely. Sweet. He loved the first one. So we're going to go. So guys, you might even get an out of theater reaction from us. We'll definitely mention it later on in the podcast. So jump down the comment section below. Let us know your thoughts on Mortal Kombat 2.
Awesome.
All right. Well, that concludes our Multiverse Minute segment of the podcast. Stay tuned for the Rumor Mill Rundown.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're to our section of the rumor mill rundown. That is still a tongue twister. We will get that right. We come up with it on our own detriment, so we will get it right. But I'm going to start us off with the first big rumor. Now, remember, guys, everything in this section is just completely speculation. People saying, hey, did you hear? It's possible this or that. It might be bull crap. There might be a little bit of truth to it. Spoiler warnings just in case, guys. We don't want to accidentally spoil something for you. So, but, let's see what we got, all right? A new rumor circulating is that both RDJ, Iron Man, and Dr. Doom will survive Avengers Secret Wars. A wild theory from fellow YouTuber Den of Nerds claims that Tony Stark has always been a Victor Von Doom variant, thus everything we know is a lie. Sammy, why don't you set us off on how you feel about everything you just heard right there?
Okay, well, there have been things circling around online, and honestly, I think I said this to you earlier, the best way to describe this, I think it's idle hands make the devil's work, guys. There is so much going out right now on what is in Doomsday, what isn't in Doomsday, what's Victor's motive. Is he a variant of Tony? Is Tony a variant of him? All that stuff. To say it just like how Kevin Feige has said his stuff in the past, guys, things are simple. He does not go on these wild, crazy fan theories and expect you as the audience to digest them and take them in and understand all of them. And I say that with respect to the YouTuber Den of Nerds. If you're listening to this, man, I do listen to your stuff. I just think that you're overthinking things. That's probably my best guess, because I don't see the Russo brothers or Kevin Feige or even Robert Downey Jr. himself giving a thumbs up to saying, hey, all that you've watched of Iron Man, it's not real. It's not the real Tony Stark. It's not what you would think of as Tony Stark type thing. It's, they are different characters in the comics, and I think that the whole reason they're using RDJ as an actor to play Victor Von Doom is simply to do a spin on Victor Von Doom for a 2-movie thing. He is not going to survive Secret Wars. I will lay you money down. RDJ's Dr. Doom is not going to be involved in the MCU past Secret Wars. However that goes down, he's not. Marvel is using this, they've already said, as like a soft reboot of the franchise, meaning that they're trying to figure out a way to bring in X-Men and make a comic universe that's already out there into a cinematic universe. And how else do you do that? By do somewhat of a soft reboot. I think characters like the Thunderbolts are going to survive. I think the characters they've propped up for the past couple of phases, like Thor, they're going to survive, because Chris Hemsworth has even said, they got more plans than me. And they're not going to shoehorn in the Thor movie between Doomsday and Secret Wars. So, guys, this is in the rumor mill rundown for a reason. Whatever you read online about Victor Von Doom from Secret Wars or Doomsday, I'm just going to call BS on it right now, and I don't want to give it too much oxygen because there's no reason for it. That's my 2 cents. So,
well, to throw the opposite side of the coin in there, because this is where my head goes sometimes, I agree. I think the idle hands is definitely a problem. We're all going to come up with these wild theories. What I will say, though, is I don't think Feige and them are dumb enough to not realize by casting Robert Downey Jr., you lit a match to that fire. You're asking for this to happen. So even if they say we want to keep it simple, I think they're looking at this as more publicity and they're going to keep talking about it. But I don't think what they're taking into consideration is, what if this fire goes from a nice little campfire of we're always going to be interested in what's going on to a wildfire of, if you don't do a certain thing, now we're going to be mad. Because I got to be honest with you, if we were to sit down right now and write a list of why is Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom, like what would be the thing? Obviously top of that list is it doesn't matter that it's Robert Downey Jr. and they don't want you to think about Iron Man at all. It's just an actor playing a part. Does that work for people? I don't think it does. Does it work that he's just a variant of Tony Stark? I don't know. That's tough. It's probably more likely. This one doesn't work at all for us guys, right? Everything we saw was a lie, and it's the opposite, where Tony Stark's a variant of Dr. Doom. That don't work. You know, I remember you and I were talking, and I sent something to you the other day where there's like a bulletin of what if it's this, what if it's that, what if it's this, and they kind of settled on, oh, he had a family before, and now, you know, or whatever the reasons, and maybe, and we don't even know if that's for sure true. That's even a rumor itself.
Yeah.
The idea of hiring Robert Downey Jr. to do Doom is clear to me, though, that you are correct about one thing, is he's not going to continue on and play Doom after these 2 movies. Maybe. I don't think so. Financially, it makes no sense. Oh. He's just too expensive.
Yes.
And to get him to play this last big bad guy like this, because of how good he is, I can see it happening. But if you don't want us to set fire to this idea that it's Iron Man is Doctor Doom, because it's Iron Man. Tony Stark's Iron Man. And you are going to lose viewers if it doesn't matter who he is. You're going to lose viewers if it's a family. You're going to lose viewers if he's a variant. Either way, you kind of screwed yourself in this situation. And on top of it, it makes me worry about the character of Doom. Because it's either that this is just a version of Doom that they're ending this saga with for this soft reboot to go on to do new stuff for the new Doom, or this is all they're ever going to do with Doom, and anyone that's a purist when it comes down to this Fantastic Four is not going to like that either. Because Doom's like Magneto, right? He's a character that he's a big bad that can be real big and bad, or he can be a side character, but he's usually always around somehow, lurking in the background or part of what's going on. He's like a Loki. He's like the Magnetos. He's not a Thanos where there's an end, right? He's not an Apocalypse where there's an end. You know, those guys don't linger around. I mean, yeah, they've come back in different, you know, they can do a lot of crazy stuff. But ultimately, each story of theirs, there's a defeat, right? With these, it's not that, you know, but is that what they're doing here? And then my mind also goes to, are we just aging out of the MCU? Is it possible that this is the soft reboot? What if what this is completely true and all that we saw was a lie? Because guess what? I'm 40 years old soon. You know, I saw the first Iron Man when you were a little tyke. There's kids being born of 10 years ago that are going back to watch movies that we watched as we grew up. Mm-hmm. That are just getting, you know, so there's people that are 12 years old that are fans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and they think Iron Man's an old movie. So is it conceivable to think that this could be the truth? That they're going to just retcon all of that to restart the cinematic universe because they're all new audiences, all young. When I watch some of these guys on YouTube that you and I talk about, and I realized when they start talking about their age, I realized, oh, wow, yeah, they got all these big opinions and they're hardcore about what they think about it. And I get so fired up. Like, how can you think that? Hot take of this? But then I realized, oh, they weren't even born when that movie they're talking about, you know, the hot take that they have. You know, it's like, oh, they weren't even born when that movie came out. I remember when they talked about that movie coming out, and I'm like, they can't do that. They've never done that before. So now to me, we're at something that to guys like us are watching this thing happen thinking how important all the rest of it is. Young kids today might not be thinking it's that important. To them, it might be, yeah, redo the old stuff. It's fine. They might not see Robert Downey Jr. the same way we see Robert Downey Jr.
But to your point there, if they do something like this, you will lose those people that have been with you since.
I understand.
So I get Marvel's, if this is any shred of truth, I get their desire to bring in another generation that's not as connected to them as what we are and get them connected. But I think Marvel has so many characters that taking two of their arguably biggest characters, I'll tell you what, guys, I am more of a fan of Dr. Doom than I am of Iron Man. And so that that does worry me for how they're going to twist him around. That's why I can only say for creative reasons, they're doing Robert Downey Jr.'s Victor Von Doom for 2 movies just to show what a God Emperor Doom would look like. And then after that, because you better get your own Dr. Doom for the new Fantastic Four you've introduced to go on further.
But isn't that the proof in the pudding that they're going to do wrong to this character already? That our introduction to Doom is going to be the ultimate that he can be. So when we see him getting built up again, where's the how bad can Thanos be? Where's that at? Because now we're getting him at his baddest.
I think it does. Introducing him like this does a disservice to the future character that they're going to try to develop, because obviously they're going to develop him. Dr. Doom, he is one of those big swings, and if you miss at all, even in the future, because of what you've done on these two movies, you will see it.
And what if Robert kills it? Everyone's saying it sounds like he's doing awesome in this. What if Robert kills this role and it's awesome? And it's one of the best villains they ever had. That's saying like, oh yeah, Heath Ledger's Joker is awesome, but he ended up just being the cousin of the real Joker. How does that fly?
See,
you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Well, for me, this is all the multiverse saga.
Yeah.
So I am okay mentally knowing that this is just a Doom from a different universe. We see in the Spider-Man movies, it didn't pale anything for Tom Holland, because when they brought in Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, and we know how those series ends, that we're now going to continue with Tom Holland and didn't say, oh, now I'm going to compare him to them. We're still not doing that. So I think if they do this right, we don't have to compare Robert Downey Jr. to the future one. It's just a clear-cut understanding of this was one version of him. This is the version we are going to get. And you can see glimpses of what RDJ put into it, but we're not going to get the RDJ one. So don't put your bets on it.
Right.
I think the fans will be smart enough to understand when the multiverse stuff ends, it is done. We're back to a singular timeline, and we're just going to go through all the new characters in the toy box that we have now and try to build up a universe again.
So my two questions to you then, just for your personal taste,
sure,
says because this is all speculatory, so we can talk. It doesn't matter, guys. We have no grounds for anything being true.
Yeah.
For you personally, does this Dr. Doom in this have to be part of the Fantastic Four's universe?
No.
Would you actually prefer him not be?
Yes.
Because of him being do and done, I guess.
Yes.
At least that's what we're thinking.
So, for me personally, I think for continuity-wise, I would prefer... Now, the post-credit scene of the Fantastic Four First Steps movie kind of shows that the Doom you're going to get is the Doom from their universe.
But we don't know.
It doesn't confirm it, but...
we don't know the context of what's going on there.
Exactly.
Right.
It could be when Sue sees his face, it's like,
Who
you
are
don't
you?
look like Victor,
Right.
but you dress like him. We don't know. They could do that. For me personally, I think it would be better if this Doom is from a whole other universe. And this is that way when we do get the Victor Von Doom of the Fantastic Four they've already established, it is fresher, it is a little more continuity wise with the Fantastic Four, because otherwise you're going to put a little cloud over Dr. Doom's head whenever he shows up to say, you're not really our Victor. The whole time, you're not really our Victor. They might be able to write past that, but it's still going to pop up in our heads. So I would prefer RDJ's Doom to perhaps come from a universe that already had an incursion, and he's the lone survivor. Maybe he looks similar to what the Fantastic Four First Steps universe Doom looks like, but he's not the same, because you could get actors that can look similar to each other and they're not the same.
And that leads me to my second question. From your gut, do you think it would be a missed opportunity, or do you think that they should or need to, or what's your honest opinion about whether him being Robert Downey Jr. and or looking like Tony Stark actually having something to do with the story? Or do you think they can actually get away with it being Robert Downey Jr. and he looks like Tony Stark, and we're just going to either prosthetics or using a mask 90% of the time? The only reason we did it like this was the publicity, and the character has nothing to do with the other.
I think personally it's the first part, and this is my reason for that.
Is it more important to you that it's that?
It's not important to me. To me, since they announced his casting as this, I feel like logically in my brain, you have to do it this way then. So they could do it the other way and just be like, oh, we just got a great actor back and he's playing a whole different character, and you don't ever have to think about that Tony Stark ever again type thing. It could be that. Who knows? But I think for creative writing purposes and to connect the old cast with the new cast, I think that's a huge missed opportunity if they're going to do that. I feel like the reason, and they've all talked about this, the Russo brothers, Kevin Feige, they're like, we had a grand idea. We pitched it to RDJ and he said, heck yeah, let's do it. And I think part of the grand idea wasn't that you're just introducing one of Marvel's biggest bads across any media that they've had him in, but also you're trying to bridge the gap of, let's face it, guys, Doomsday is a cleanup act from the past couple phases that haven't hit home runs.
That's right.
I know that they might want to tell you differently because no one is going to admit from a higher level that, oh, we messed up. We need to do some pickup, some cleanup. And that's fine. I'm not going to fault them for that. You do you. You're doing your job, promoting your brand. Good for you. But in all reality, for us guys that don't have any skin in the game and can call balls and strikes when they happen, this is kind of one of those, we're going to bring back the fans that loved us from Endgame and before, the fans we probably lost along the way between 4, 5, and 6, and bridge that with these newer casts that we've gotten some fans for Yelena Belova, for Bucky fans are still there, Thor fans, those people are still there, and the new fans for like Ms. Marvel and all that stuff. We're going to bring them together and we're going to bridge them using the fact that RDJ is playing Victor Von Doom. So for the newer fans, they're seeing a whole new character. They're not thinking about Tony Stark because he hasn't been there for the past 9 years. For us, we're thinking about Tony Stark because we're literally seeing his face. And when you see the reactions of Tom Holland Spider-Man saying, "You're Tony Stark," you're seeing then the younger, the older fans and the younger fans come together.
There's a lot of podcasters out there that I've heard recently saying that they think that idea is dumb.
Well, they are dumb.
I agree.
Honestly.
I agree.
You got to think about it in this way, guys. If you do think that way, if you do think what I just pitched to you sounds stupid and dumb, they are trying to win everybody to come back. They want to not only bring back the Endgame levels of hype and excitement and box office, they want to exceed that. They're going all out on this. There is no way that they are doing this without the support of the pre-Endgame fans. There's no way. And so how do you do that? You bring in the X-Men. There's a whole new demographic there that love the X-Men like my brother and I. You're going to bring them in with these fan favorite casts. That's why they are going to get Halle Berry. You're going to get them in there. I don't care how often she says you're not going to see her. Guys, you're going to see her because they're going all out for these 2 films.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if you don't see her in Doomsday, you bet your bottom dollar you're going to see her in Secret Wars. So they're trying to bring everyone back in. They're doing one last hurrah. So when they do the soft reboot, there you go. You could brought back everybody. You got everyone back to the dinner table. Now, how do we proceed?
Yeah, I'm going to mirror. I'm not going to go too far into it. We'll move on to the next thing. But I will say I agree with everything you just said, every bit of it. And the other thing I'm just going to add to it, just for the poke of it. Sorry, Feige and Disney, if I upset you guys, but I got to tell you, if you don't utilize this idea that it's Robert Downey Jr., his liking of Iron Man and Tony Stark as part of the story as well, then you're to me, the logic of spending this kind of money on him bring him into it is that even if you claim, but the marketing campaign is great, even if he ends up being a character, it doesn't matter. No, that's way too much money for something like that. Your marketing campaign wouldn't cost as much just to have him in the movie. He's too expensive, guys. And you just laid off a bunch of people.
No.
And if you're there's better, dare I say, I love you, Robert Downey Jr., but there are good actors out there, I do say maybe better, that are cheaper, that could do Doom in the future past these movies too, let alone do a Doom. I'm not saying RDJ's Doom isn't awesome. I'm sure it's going to be. Mm-hmm. He has rarely ever failed for me as an actor anyways. So I'm sure it's going to be great. But you're forking a lot of money over for just another character if that's all he is.
I'm sure his performance is going to be great, and you go watch the movie and think, oh, he was a fantastic Dr. Doom. But I'm going to tell you what, by the end of Secret Wars, if there is not a one-liner or that one little scene of someone like Thor or Spider-Man looking at him saying, Tony, you have put a sour taste in some people's mouths by announcing RDJ as Victor.
Yeah, that's the corner they got themselves in. Because it's either he never takes that mask off.
Now you have to do it.
Or he takes the mask off and there's so much prosthetic and he doesn't look like a Robert Downey Jr. Or he looks like him and these guys are going to acknowledge it.
Because the thing is...
Because it's not going to make sense. If he takes it off and it's Robert Downey Jr. and we just want our characters to pretend they've never seen him before and he looks like Tony Stark, what? You know what I mean? We're going to be like,
spent a lot
guys,
of money
somebody say
for
something.
that. Yes.
Yeah. It's so he either takes the mask off and he looks nothing like Robert Downey Jr. Or he never takes it off at all. And I don't know if I like either of those.
Yeah. No, honestly speaking, guys, the question is for you on this rumor at this point.
Sure.
We're going to wrap this part up real quick because, like I said, we're giving this a little bit too much.
We could get mad about it if we're not careful.
What are your thoughts on this rumor that's out there? Do you think do you think that Iron Man is a variant of Victor Von Doom, or do you think it's the opposite? How do you think they're going to portray Victor Von Doom? Is he going to reveal himself to the group? Is he not gonna? And that'd be the biggest waste opportunity because you're guaranteed butts in the seats with RDJ's name and face on there, yet you're not going to show his face and have the other Avengers react. What do you guys think?
Was it all a lie? Ooh.
And if it was all a lie, I don't know how I'm going to feel about Marvel moving forward, to be honest.
Would you move forward with them? I don't know if I could.
I don't know.
I might. That might be our podcast goes to, I don't know.
DC. No, just
Transformers.
All right. Comment below, guys. Let us know your thoughts. All right. So I'll just segue onto that to the second rumor mill rundown topic we got here, guys. This is regarding the Young Avengers. I don't know if y'all have heard about them, but they have been sprinkled throughout Phase 4, 5, and 6. So let's talk about this rumor. They both involve Ms. Marvel herself. Inside scooper Alex Perez claims that the upcoming Disney Plus show Vision Quest will set up the Young Avengers, not through Wanda and Vision's son, Tommy, who is a Young Avenger, by the way, but possibly through Ms. Marvel herself. And recently, Andy Serkis and Iman Vellani, the actress for Ms. Marvel, during a recent interview, possibly revealed that Ms. Marvel is in Doomsday. Now, that's still part of the rumor mill because that's not official, but I wouldn't be surprised, guys. So, do you think the Young Avengers are happening, Ike?
Yeah, I think it's eventually going to happen. It's a very popular thing. I've heard for a long time, people wanting it. I do think it's going to happen. If they are going to do the Young Avengers, you might want to get on top of it because these guys aren't going to be young for too long.
Haley Steinfeld just had her baby.
Yeah, so she's a
Hawkeye, young version of her.
Right. So she is going to be, a young adult Avengers. Like, I mean, it's. I mean, I know you can get these people to make themselves look younger real well, especially when you look like some of these people do. But let's keep it believable and fun. And Young Avengers doesn't necessarily mean they're young. This could be new, and that could be. I can understand that.
Young as like in their 20s versus the ones we got originally in their 30s,
or even young as in we're just new to the show, right?
Or just the kids. That's
right.
Yeah.
Tommy, Vision's and Wanda's son doesn't exist, so we don't have to worry about that because he's, he only exists in the multiverse, because he's not real otherwise.
Right? Well, at the end of Agatha, all along, Tommy gets reincarnated
from not being real.
Yep, from because
that's right. So, that's why I don't like that show.
Agatha?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah.
That's why I didn't like it because it's like he's reincarnated, but he's not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll get there.
Which actually is a little comic accurate, by the way, personally.
Yeah,
so
I just don't like it.
Not upset with it, but...
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
But either way, they got a lot of work to do with it. They're setting up in Vision Quest though. It's like, I mean, when's Vision going to be about Vision? I guess. I don't know what this project's going to be. I don't know when it's going to happen. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to give this a lot of attention until I see what we got going after Secret Wars. I might call for this later, right? As for Ms. Marvel being in Doomsday, I mean, I think they're all going to be in Secret Wars, so that doesn't matter. But I think, I think anyone's a possibility that has ever been in a Marvel movie to be in either one of these two Avengers movies coming up. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm not clamoring for this though, guys. I really could care less. I think this is going to be for the newer kids, the younger kids coming up. Maybe it is part of their soft reboot because everything's going to be a lie and these guys will be the real deal. But we'll see. I don't know. How do you feel, Sammy? Because I don't got much to say on that because I'm not very up to date and savvy on my Young Avengers lore and stuff. I got to start watching some stuff on them and maybe pick up a couple comic books because I'm not very understanding of what that is. Now, I take it Andy Serkis is the director of this. Is that what that is? Why he's part of this?
So I don't know.
Because he's not playing Claw in it, right?
No, well, this is another movie that they're both in. They were just doing interviews. I don't know what the movie is. I don't know if it's an.
Oh, okay. So he's interviewing with them.
Yeah, he and her are sitting in chairs together talking about another project.
Gotcha. So you might not have anything to do with this at all. Okay.
She made a friendly comment to him about playing Gollum again. And
okay. I apologize.
He in return said, "I can't wait to see your Ms. Marvel in Doomsday." And then she said, "You're not supposed to say that." So if she didn't say that, guys, you probably would have been like, "Oh, he's just saying it just to say it." But when you say it like that, it's kind of like, okay.
And they stage a lot of this stuff.
They do.
Not all of them, I think, but the majority of their leaks where they make a big deal about it, it's very staged. The Tom Holland really seemed like he messed up a few times in the past, but it got very obvious that they were letting him do it after a while.
They were like...
Yeah, the most believable ones was the Mark Ruffalo ones. But I think even then he doesn't go out there and say half of everybody dies and not get, dude. I think him and Don Cheadle played off of each other and just had fun with that, and I think it was just like over everyone's heads, But yeah, no, I'm with you. I thought for some reason I took this news as Andy Serkis had something to do with the project, which I mean he wouldn't be Claw in it, but he could direct it though because he did direct one of the Venom movies, and he's actually not a bad director. I guess he's directing this Gollum thing, whatever this monstrosity of Lord of the Rings is going to be. I got very low opinions of what's coming for that, to be honest. But that's for another discussion, another time.
By the way, guys, I'm going to show Ike a couple pictures here, and I will pop them up, and I want to make sure I'm giving credit to the right fan artist online who's made these. Gen X Brazil makes some incredible AI computer graphics art of some characters, like as fan casting or just this is what they could look like. And of course, with today's modern day and technology and all that, you could do some real cool
things. I sent you one of Cyclops not too long ago. That was like, oh
yeah,
God.
This is like this is a character of what Wiccan would look like in the Young Avengers. But I'm trying to find there's a Ms. Marvel one, and more importantly, that I want to show Ike. There's one of Storm and Jean that looks dead on like what they could look like. And I know we're going to be talking about them in a moment to a degree. And it's like, if I find this picture.
I hope Cyclops looks like that photo I sent you.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see if this happens. I like I said, I got to get more savvy on who these people are. I still am interested to see what, Vision's going to be right now, because we are left up in the air. Last time we saw him was the end of WandaVision, and he's all white and he flew away, and he's got a mix of the new version of himself and the old version of himself going on. So like, to me, it's like, man, you got a lot to talk about there. And where has he been? Like, what's he doing? Is he just in some lair somewhere talking to some distant memory of Ultron? I don't know. It could be a really weird situation, this whole thing. And because Vision is arguably, he's up there as power wise. He's up there, man. He's not someone to mess around with. So I'm curious to see how important that is moving forward. And I want to see Paul Bettany back in the spotlight a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Paul's a great actor.
From my understanding, Vision Quest is supposed to be this last one where you have to know what to watch the movies type thing. Everything after that, and that's because they've already filmed it. They already had this done and all that stuff. They're trying to bring Paul Bettany's Vision back to the cinematic universe. And so how else do you do that?
Do we get Vision Quest before we get Secret Wars?
Yes, we get Vision Quest before we get Doomsday.
Oh, that's right.
Vision Quest is supposed to come out this fall.
I forgot that it was that
end of September, beginning of November. So by the time this gets done, it should be wrapped between Thanksgiving and the first week or two.
My worries feel better than I thought. It was after a couple of these movies, and I'd be like, "Yes," or between. I wouldn't like that, but yeah, maybe that. Hey,
yeah, exactly. So, guys, what do you think on this? I've been spending most of my time trying to pull up my X account, which I don't have on my iPad. But anyways, guys, what do you think about the Young Avengers rumor? Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think it's not going to happen? Do you think it's about time? Or do you think, they're waiting too long? Comment below, let us know your thoughts. And we're going to go on to the last part of our rumor rundown that kind of goes into this too a little bit.
So yeah, it's a Doomsday cast rumor, guys. As CinemaCon, during an interview, Marvel CEO Kevin Feige let it slip that he witnessed at least 30 to 35 characters on set at one time. The issue is, to date, only 27 characters are confirmed to appear. Who are the missing 3 to 8 characters?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's the X-Men, right?
Yeah. When I heard this because this is an actual interview, and he says out loud, there was at one time 30 to 35 characters on set, and he's talking about how cool it is to see all these actors together. I'm like, oh, cool, that's awesome. The problem is, dude, there's only 27 characters you've confirmed so far, and that's including Catherine Newton as Stature. So that we just found out at CinemaCon. So
they keep adding on to Chairwatch. Chairwatch was like, is this everybody? No, then we get Cap, then we get this one, then we get this. So they're adding. It is a lot. There's going to be, obviously, to me, this is X-Men. It's got to be, right?
So I thought this would be cool for us to end our rumor rundown to think, who are your 3 to 8 characters that he's mentioning?
Okay.
So I wrote down my list because I had to think really hard. I'm like, realistically, Sam, who could these actually be? Because I could throw out who I want it to be, but versus who I think realistically is in it. I have my list written down, but who do you think are yours?
So my wants? Well, I want this to be Jean Grey, Storm, and Rogue. That's who I want this to be.
Yeah, I agree though.
I think they are, if we're going to go with full 8, that's definitely part of it. I think it's going to be Hulk, Spider-Man, and Peter Quill. That's what I think it's going to be.
Those guys, I didn't even write those 3 on my list.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, because it's very plausible it is going to be those ones, to be honest. But the first 3 I would think of, if he was just talking about 30 characters on set, would be Monica Rambeau, because she is in the X-Men universe, and that post-credit scene that's what bridged the gap, and we're in Kelsey Grammer's Beast back. So I feel like naturally that whole universe is people.
Is this your want, or is this what you really think it's going to be?
This is who I really think it's going to be.
Okay.
None of these are my want list. They're who I think realistically he's talking about.
Okay, sorry.
So 1, Monica Rambeau.
Yeah.
2, Ms. Marvel. And that's not because of what we just talked about. Ms. Marvel has become such a fan favorite, and they already confirmed a young Avenger as Catherine Newton coming in, that I feel like not having Ms. Marvel in, especially how important they've made her so far, would be like a, what are you doing type thing. Not in a bad way. I'll be fine if she's not in the movie, but I do think she's actually in the movie. Anyways, they just haven't revealed her yet because they don't know how to throw her in there and in the marketing yet. And number 3, I think Deadpool.
I didn't think about Deadpool.
I think he's in it because logically for me, I remember rumors circulating in the beginning of filming of this. The Ryan Reynolds was in a lot of these rumors. And I thought, okay, that would make sense for me because that was one of their number 1 hit movies in the past 3 phases. So why not bring back in that talent? And he already has talked about, he's confirmed writing scenes. So I feel like that's enough to say he's in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was an old rumor going on for a while that Deadpool, Wolverine, and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is in this movie.
And there was a rumor on set that RDJ and Ryan Reynolds weren't getting along. Or no, was it those 2 and Pedro Pascal? These are all rumors, guys. Of course, internet's going to talk if they're going to talk. But I find it funny that Ryan Reynolds' name was in the mix of all these rumors and be like, wait, he hasn't even been confirmed for the movie yet. So part of me thinks, I wonder if this just people talking.
And that rumor come out at the height of where they thought they were trying to, for some reason, there's this weird campaign out there trying to make Ryan Reynolds look like he was difficult to work with. Now, there may be a possibility there's some truth to that. We always hear of, I can't believe that person was like that, But I don't think Ryan would do all these projects like this if he was.
I agree. And I agree with your sentiment, too, because at the same time, his wife, Blake Lively, was going through a lawsuit. And to a degree, she kind of still is. And so
there was a campaign to kind of smear them a little.
There is a campaign for them and against them online. And I think once you do that stuff, you either see whether it's true or not, some ugliness inside these tactics of people, what they're saying. And I think that's all it was.
Yeah, because I'm going to take the word of Hugh Jackman, who seems, from everybody, everybody says he's the nicest person to walk through Hollywood. They say he's out of everyone. I mean, there's a lot of other people that are nice, but they say he's almost obnoxiously nice. And if Hugh goes on record saying Ryan is nothing but the same, then I mean, I give Ryan the benefit of the doubt that. Yeah. And hey, guys, by the way, he's a creative guy. He's a smart guy. He's earned his position. So if he does look at you and say, "That's I'm going to do this the way I'm going to do this," and you think that's a bad attitude, sorry, that's a guy that knows what he wants and knows what he's doing. So even if he does have an edge to him every once in a while, you know, he's allowed this, guys, because he's, you know, I'm not saying he has to be a jerk. But
no,
don't,
but he's built up his.
Yeah, but if he, you know, yeah, he has the right to tell you, nope, I'm doing it my way, because his way's been working. So that doesn't necessarily mean he's that way all the time. It just means, hey, one bad experience. They tear apart Tom Cruise for yelling at those guys during COVID. But when you look at the context of it, you know, the money that was put into that, you know, with them having to wear the mask and all that stuff, whether you agree with the mask thing or not, that was money being put in and things that they were going to do that was on the line because of that. So Tom let them have it after several times, which they never talk about before, that he had warned these guys several times. And this was like the 5th time. And the guy gives a snarky remark back to him. So Tom's just like, listen here, mother effer, this is what you're doing, because there's a lot of money involved in this. I give Tom a lot of credit. I don't know what bosses wouldn't yell at you if they got to talk to you that many times.
See, that's the thing. It also depends on in what capacity is Ryan Reynolds being to this project.
If you're being ordinary with him and you're being hard to work with, he's going to let you know where the bear craps in the woods.
Well, what I was going to get at is if he's hired just for his acting talent, I don't think he has the right to do that stuff, because you're there for one job, not telling someone else what to do. But if he's hired as a producer of something, or this specific scene is a co-directing type thing, or a co-writer of this scene, he does have that clout to say, hey, this is how I've written it. This is how I want it done and executed for the character. So this is how I'm going to do it. You work around it. That makes sense to me. See, that's the thing, guys. When you hire talent out there, it depends on what capacity are they hired to. If they're just acting, they don't have the right to butt in on your writing creativity, on your directing style, on your producing editing. You don't have that right. I'm sorry, guys. You like it. If they give you those privileges, that's one thing, but don't expect them and demand them. But if you're hired on to do something with the writing, as well as the acting, because let's face it, you're portraying a character. There are many actors, like Ben Affleck is the first one that comes to mind. He will direct the same movie he's starring in. So if his opposite right there is doing something he doesn't want him to do acting-wise, he has the right, not as the actor, but as a director, to look at him and say, you need to come back in and do that line again, because that's not how I want it done. He has that leverage. So that's how I feel about that.
I agree.
Yeah. That's why when we talked about The Incredible Hulk and Edward Norton didn't have those credits and didn't have those rights, and he was demanding things, rumor has it, that's where people like me are like, sit down, buddy, and do what your job is supposed to do.
Yeah.
But for Ryan Reynolds' case, we know how heavily involved in Deadpool he is. He was almost doing most of the Deadpool stuff that you arguably could say he could have done the directing of Deadpool without Sean Levy. But because he basically was right hand in hand with him doing a lot of this stuff. So I think that if he is in this project, he's in it more than just an actor, because he's also writing his scenes and wants Deadpool filmed and looked a certain way. At the end of the day, though, guys, Kevin Feige and the Russo brothers are going to have their say. So don't think that he's going to come in and take over Doomsday. Right. He's taking over his parts.
And you're talking a lot of egos on stuff. I'm sure in the future we'll get that 100-hour thing of behind the scenes. I'm sure there were days where people snapped at each other. You know, even your most favorite characters out there, guys, or the actors that were working together, had their bad day with each other. And sometimes it works for the best, you know. And so, but with this said, though, I mean, who are your likes, the ones you want, real quick, before we move on?
So my 3 to 8 characters, I told you my top 3 that I think are definitely in the movie are Monica Rambeau, Ms. Marvel, and Deadpool. The rest of the characters that I've written down that I think he's referring to, that possibly most likely are going to be in this movie, are Jean Grey, Storm, Captain Marvel. They're all female, by the way, guys. She-Hulk and Rogue. And one of the reasons why I did pick females in particular is because the cast they've announced so far is so male heavy. They've missed a lot of their established female characters. And I think that they did that for a reason because, no offense to these male characters, but some of these characters I just named off, like Jean Grey and Storm, are ones that people are highly anticipating. So, of course, they're going to save that as their special little nugget.
Yeah.
That's my thought. There could be other characters like Wolverine, Colossus, Iceman. We have no idea what else they're going to
Iceman would be great, yeah. If you had to pick 3 out of that, though, who's your 3?
If I only had to pick 3, there's an episode, guys, where we talked about who we thought the 3 people are going to be if we had to pick or we wanted to pick all these people, and the 3 that I want are in this mix. Rogue. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so hard.
See, to me, it's easy.
I know, but part of me is like, if I had to pick 3 of this list, Rogue.
And here, I'm going to put the one more stipulation on for fun. This is the only time they could ever show up.
Oh, God. Well, if that's the case, then I'm not going to say Jean Grey and Storm because I want them to come back in Secret Wars too.
But then that means they're not coming at all, though. Like, you can get any of these guys this one time.
But they won't come.
For no other projects. Yep.
Well, in that case, actually, I will say Jean Grey, Storm, and Rogue.
Yeah, for the X-Men.
Yep, for the X-Men closing. Especially if the rumors are true that they are, the first film in Phase 7 is going to be the X-Men. It makes sense that you're going to kind of semi-establish them from Secret Wars and forward.
But who are you going to say otherwise? Because I just threw that in there to make you. I just wanted to make him say that because I got to tell you, they got to be in this movie anyways.
They do.
Or at least in the next.
This movie, but you're asking what 3 of these would I want?
Yeah, what 3 though? If they were held to the fire, that you would definitely want for sure. Your first was Rogue,
She-Hulk, and Jean Grey.
She-Hulk.
I am a fan of the Tatiana Maslany She-Hulk.
I like her She-Hulk too, but I can wait.
I think she's done a disservice. I want to see her prove herself a little bit more.
Yeah, whatever.
And it's not from Tatiana, it's from the writers. And if you're going to get a writer to revitalize a character, the Russo brothers are your bet. So I'm hoping that's it.
Until she climbs out of the screen and or does this stupid.
That's the thing. They can't do that stuff. What may work in the comic, guys, again, does not translate well to the screen. You can't do that. The talking to us, that's one thing. She did it before Deadpool, and Deadpool just made it more famous. So
I got one more thing to add to this casting thing. Over or under, okay? Over or under 50% that Black Widow shows up in Secret Wars. Natasha Romanoff herself.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yep. Over or under 50%.
I'd say over.
Over? Yeah, me too.
They patched things up after her little lawsuit with the Black Widow thing. She's still going to do a project, I guess, with them.
Would that be something you'd be okay with? For just that? Probably just for that movie.
Just for that movie, depending how it's done, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what would be real cool? Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man fighting Robert Downey Jr. Doom.
That would be cool. I would be for that, guys, because Doom's a variant.
Here's a character that we're forgetting a lot about is Cable.
Oh.
Boy, wouldn't it be neat to see Jean Grey and Cyclops with
their son?
It'd be all of a sudden he just comes around the corner and there he is, and they're just and he tells them who he is. Oh, I'm your kid, by the way. And they're like, what? That'd be a fun little Easter egg. I don't know. I'm just thinking, guys, they could do so many things. I'm just throwing these are complete fan service stuff.
Yeah, but this is a rumor mill, by the way.
So. Oh, yeah, that's what this is for. So it's up to you guys. Who do you think is your top 3 who you think is going to be in the movie for sure, and the top 3 who you want? 3 to 8, obviously 8, because there is what he said. You add it up, it's definitely 8. But I think we're going to get everything but the kitchen sink in both these movies, especially the second part. Secret Wars is going to be what? Because it's just going to be one giant, insane, I can't believe this is happening kind of movie.
I honestly think that's why these 2 movies were delayed the way they were.
I agree.
States to December.
Yeah, I think it was scheduling. It was a lot of we need this actor here and this actor there.
You probably got someone like Halle Berry saying, yes, I'll do it, but I'm only available after I get done with this thing.
Oh, she probably did the whole movie and never met any of these people, and it's just still in the movie. They can do it. They've done it.
They have done it.
It's weird. They do it so well.
Weird.
But
ask Elizabeth Olsen. She filmed a whole Illuminati scene, not meeting a single one of those actors on set.
Isn't that wild?
And you watch it, and you're like, huh?
Yeah, it's wild.
John Krasinski supposedly filmed some of his roles as Reed Richards from home with a screen behind him.
See, if that's the case,
and I'm like,
why can't we just do anything you want to do then, guys? Like,
if that's the case, there's no reason for any actor to not be able to do this. She could have a green screen behind Storm there in her trailer and just stand on a stool.
I'm telling you, there's no coincidence that Halle Berry did that movie on Netflix with Mark Wahlberg, and her hair looks like it's Storm's hair. And it's right around that time is when they're filming Doomsday. Get the hell. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
And she teases it. Come on, guys. She posts it on Instagram the same time they're starting to film. Be like, you know what the internet's going to do, Miss Berry. Come on.
Yeah, she's
anyways.
Coming. So, yeah, let us know, guys. Let us know what you think. Share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. And, yeah, we can't wait to hear what you guys come up with because this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, so now we're going to go to our branch point breakdown, guys.
All right, guys, welcome to our Branch Point Breakdown. Today we're on Daredevil Born Again, Season 2, Episode 7, the episode before the finale. You know, not a bad one. You know, not a great one, not a bad one. I got a really cool theory to throw out there at the end of it that I thought of when I was watching this. And I kind of might have to backtrack on some of the flashback stuff other than the Foggy thing. Well, too much Foggy, but like, I do actually like the flashbacks for some reason because I have an idea that might happen here. But I'm going to go ahead and give you guys kind of a breakdown of what happened in this episode, like a little review, or not review, but like a little synopsis of it. And then we're just going to go from there and talk about this whole thing, all right? So, Daredevil Born Again, Season 2, Episode 7, Karen is taken in and fast-tracked to trial. Matt Murdock returns to the public eye as one of her lawyers. Dr. Glenn's behavior is mimicking her past abuser, Muse. Mr. Charles, I can't say it like that, Mr. Charles reveals that Luke Cage has been taken and that Mayor Fisk is in for it. Matt convinces Bullseye to save the New York governor from an assassination. Buck kills Daniel while BB is on the run.
Ooh. A lot of stuff happened in this. And honestly, I think it's because they're making up for the last 2 episodes being a little slow in that regard. I think they're knowing that the end is near. And so, yeah, those last 2 episodes were fun to your casual viewers, but I think this kind of coincides a little bit with because I was thinking about this earlier today. There has been some news that came out that Daredevil Born Again Season 2 has a 50% drop in their viewership. And I kept thinking, why is that? And then I remember that maybe harder core fans like myself from the Netflix era that are watching this no matter what type thing versus people like my brother Ike who haven't watched it like that and they're watching it now for the first time. When you do those flashback episodes, the last 2 that you've had, now I'm kind of seeing in real life, okay, there is some validity to what Ike is saying in regards to his attention span for the show and if he's going to stay tuned for it or not, because now we're seeing it in the numbers, guys. So I just had to throw out that little bit of news that came out this week. But I think this episode, if people start listening to us talk about episodes like this, that viewership is going to go up because a lot happened.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of good stuff that was needed to happen.
Yeah, it felt very stagnant, and this didn't. This felt like we are moving forward. I just wish it was 2 episodes ago, and there's a lot to move forward on. And I think that's where you lost some of these people. They were like, "Oh no, man, this is a show they don't know what to do. That's what's going on here," and it kind of felt that way.
But so. I think you were right about the episode where, Vanessa. It kind of ends with thinking Vanessa is dead type thing. They put a lot in that episode. So it's kind of like you thought it was like a mid-season finale or season finale type thing. That's how much they put in that episode. They went so high that you kind of had to dip down a little bit because you just can't keep riding that high like that. And now it's starting to dip right back up. I feel like that's kind of like a pattern you saw in this, but
all depends on how daring you want to get, right? Like you're right. You got real high at peak there, but if you have the ambition, you could have kept going with that momentum. You're talking, how many episodes ago was that? 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking 5 episodes to a season finale. After that happens, you can really peak it and have a lot go on, and you can still make quieter ones without going backwards.
Mm-hmm.
That was, it's not so much that you slowed down for a second; it's that you went backwards. Is what my is where I think the issue was.
Yeah,
because you're right, you do kind of slow down to bring it back to another peak. Cool, the shows do that all the time, even some of my favorites. But when you start going backtracking, that's when it's kind of like, I wonder if on paper, from her almost dying in that episode to now, was like, okay, that's only like worth 2 episodes. We need to fill in a lot of stuff. I wonder if their storyline only had that much, and that's what we're seeing. Because this was a good episode, and this is one to talk about, and this is one to. It's not my favorite. It's still like a heavy filler, a lot of exposition-y. It makes me wonder what they're going to do for a finale, because this doesn't feel like a lead up to a finale. This feels like the lead up to the lead up of a finale. Like, I want my lead up to a finale to feel like I can't wait to see what's going to happen next, and this is crazy. And this almost gets there, but not quite. It's still really good though, and this is the right direction. So.
All right, well, let's dive into this, guys, and talk about it, because the first thing Ike mentioned here is Karen is taken in. We saw that at the end of the episode before this, but now we're seeing what's happened after that. She is being fast-tracked through their legal system that they've established in New York City to get her right to the trial, because it sounds like they're trying to get right to some sort of an execution type thing, or whatever Mayor Fisk's agenda is for these people. He wanted her to definitely be, because she is a big character for the Daredevil universe, and to catch her and link her with vigilantism in any way, and establish with these new laws they've done, their justice system they've made. I appreciated that he's like, let's just get this ball rolling as fast as we can. And we saw a great moment of him visiting her, and he grabs her neck, and I thought, oh no, is this the time we're going to see her snap it and be like, nah, there's more to come with Karen Page and son. He kind of knew it. It's almost like he had to withhold himself from doing it, because he wanted other people to see his system is going to work the way he wants it to work. Use her as this example.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he's going to use her as a point.
Yes.
And he's unhinged. I'm not going to say unhinged. I don't want to use the words unhinged, because he's not unhinged. But he's not tempered now, because he just went through a big death that's big and important to him. So now he's all in, is the word I want to use.
Yes.
Because if he was unhinged, this story would be going a different direction.
This actually reminds me of what he was like in the first season of the Daredevil show on Netflix, where if he had to get his hands dirty, he would get his hands dirty.
Yeah.
But he's also now using his brain more and calculating how things
He sees the importance of what this looks like if she gets right now. The death of his wife is fresh on everybody's mind, not just his.
Yeah.
And the more he gets done now, because he also sees his own end coming through the Mr. Charles and all that stuff too. He sees that he's got on different fronts things coming, and he's going to get this part of it done, because deep down, he wants to get at Matt Murdock and Daredevil. He wants this to be a hurt. He wants this to be that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought that was really cool. I thought that was a really cool idea, because Matt, of course, is not going to let Karen just go through this process and not be saved. And he is the only one that could make the entrance that he made and win enough sway of the people that are for Fisk to say, oh, we're going to listen to him now, because Fisk has propped him up as this hero that we need to find.
Yeah, here he is.
And now he comes in to defend the person that Fisk wants to put away for good type thing, or worse. And so it's an interesting crossroads there, because now the jury really is like, the jury's only the 3 judges, by the way, but the public view is going to be like, well, what do we do then? Because Mayor Fisk likes him, but now he's defending someone that we feel like we should listen to him then. Be like, oh, now you've gotten, anyways.
Which this is going to lead to my prediction at the end, but yeah.
All right, so the next thing that we have on here is Dr. Glenn's behavior is mimicking her past abuser Muse. Now, I got to tell you, I was not a fan of her in the first season of Born Again.
Yeah, me neither.
I didn't think she was, like, she didn't sour the show for me, don't get me wrong, but she was definitely one of those slow build characters where why are you here type thing. Then all of a sudden you see in this season especially that you needed what happened to her in the first season. She is becoming for me a dark horse for this show. I am liking her a lot more. And now with the recent set photos that have been released, I did a quick video reaction to earlier today, guys. The reel is out there. She is playing Lady Muse in season 3, the whole getup. And I was geeking out thinking, wow, this is a character that they're not just going to say is a one and done. She's going to prove something. She's going to become something bigger. And that is cool to see them build up to in this show, to be honest.
Yeah, it's taken me a long time to like this character. And this was the first episode where I'm like, I would like to see this go right where I think it's going to go. And then with your thing you put out the other day, obviously it's going to go there. So yeah, I'm excited to see what that can be, to be honest with you. I hope it's worth it though, because it is such a slow build. I struggle with this actor. I can't remember her name. Who plays her by chance? I want to be nice to her. I don't want to say anything mean, but I struggle with her acting. I have this problem, folks, with that. I've watched a lot of movies, and I'm not saying I'm correct when I say someone's good or bad, because it all is subjective. Sammy and I have a couple people he likes some people.
Margarita.
Lavia. Yeah, sorry, ma'am. Hey, yeah, the living La Viva. So she's doing a great job. Okay, but I gotta tell you, I feel like she's just not genuine, and that's my problem with her. For me, there's a lot of actresses that do this. I feel the same way about like people like Julia Roberts. My God, am I going to get kicked off the internet? People like Julia Roberts. Sammy and I have a very big difference between Angelina Jolie. I can't stand her sometimes. And Sammy loves her, and I get it. I'm not saying she's bad. Hell, she's better. Like I said, I don't want to be that jerk. Yeah, I'm sure she's an awesome person, but when I watch her movies, I'm just like, yeah, I don't believe you. I just don't. I struggle with her a lot. And this person gives me those same vibes for some reason. When I watch her, I'm like, man, I just wish it was, I don't know. I feel it was a little miscast for my taste, but I do want to see what this character is going to be, because I'm not very familiar with this character, to be honest with you. So I'm curious. For me, it's newer territory than it is for you, because I'm only familiar with what she's like talking about when it comes down to the past stuff, and I'm like, and only through what I'm seeing in the show, not from knowing a lot of it. You know what I mean? So to know what this is going to be and what it can be, I got more surprises than it is going to be for you, because I don't know as much coming. So maybe I'll feel better when season 3 comes out and it's this character really starts to get fleshed out, especially in this other character's form. Then yeah, I might be changing my tune. But as of right now, she could leave next episode and I could be like, okay, whatever, because it's just, I'm just not invested yet, and partially it is because I feel a little miscasting of it. But hey, like I said, bring it on. I want to see what this is going to be. So
I'll be very honest. I know more about the male version of Muse than I know about Lady Muse.
Okay.
I actually didn't know Lady Muse was much of a thing until recently.
Okay.
I found out this is where they're going with it.
So it'll be a little new for you too, as you go.
And I'm not going to purposefully go and look up the Lady Muse stuff, because I want to see how they're doing her in this.
Yep.
I love the idea of a psychologist, a top-notch psychologist they played her up for in the show, going through this psychological trauma and her now becoming the very thing that she feared. I just like that part of a storytelling idea and a perspective of seeing how does that evolution happen. And I think that we're going to get that for her. That's what it looks like from all accounts and measures, not only in this season, but the set photos leaked of the next season. I am more curious to watch it happen and see how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And then I'll be more of a judge on if I like it or not. And then I'll compare and contrast with the comics and be like, you know what? Maybe the show did it better, or maybe the comics did it better.
Yeah.
I'll find that out later. But I purposely am not going to look at the comics version of Lady Muse, because I want to see what they're trying to tell the story for her in this show. And I got to tell you, my interest in it has gone up dramatically in this new season for her. Like, I could sense in the first 2 episodes of season 2 that, okay, they kept the character around. Why they keep her around? And now we're starting to see why. And be like, okay, I see that happening, but I almost wasn't believing it too much, like this is still going to amount to something until this episode in particular. Then I thought, wow, because you see when she's talking to Karen, then in the background, you see the reflection of Muse and he's not there, but it just is kind of that psychological thing of being like, he's there now. He might not physically be there anymore, but whatever he did to her and her trying to cope with it is turning her brain into what his thought process is. And now you're going to see what she will be like and probably be a little more menacing than him because of what she's been through, kind of thing.
It was kind of like the Harley Quinn Joker thing,
I was
right?
just thinking about that too, yeah, because Harley Quinn could come off a little too comedic compared to the Joker, but it follows a similar pattern, honestly.
Yeah.
Actually, it does to a T. She's a psychiatrist, but Harley Quinn was interested in Joker's mind and got attracted to it.
Right.
Whereas
Heather
Glenn was a victim of it, and her way of coping with what happened to her is somehow turning her brain into becoming and doing the same things to feel that power again that she lost. That's very interesting.
It is, yeah.
Anyways, that's just my take on that.
Be cool to see what they do with her later.
I am curious, yeah. All right, Mr. Charles reveals that Luke Cage has been taken and that Mayor Fisk is, quote, in for it.
Mr. Charles.
Mr. Charles. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
It's nice that they reference Luke Cage because anyone knows that that's Luke Cage's daughter or Jessica Jones.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no hiding that. From the look to just anyone who knows of them from the comics, I'm like, perfect. That actually made me more excited when I saw that. I was a little less excited when they dampened Jessica Jones' powers, but we'll find out how that's going to be fleshed out later on, honestly. I don't know what he means by Mayor Fisk is in for, because wouldn't you think by now we would have known?
He's been saying this for a little while, too.
Like, you're getting
one more time.
It's one of the things that I'm not going to say it in such a negative way, so I'm sorry, Marvel. I would be a little let down and disappointed if they're waiting for that big thing for the last episode.
Yeah, I
we're
agree.
not seeing some sort of build-up, or better yet, we're not only not seeing it, but we're not seeing what Mayor Fisk's counter reaction is going to be to it, and see, is there going to be a trick up his sleeve? Because it sounds like he's going to be blindsided by whatever this thing is, and whatever is this thing, we don't know. Is Julia Louis-Dreyfus coming in the last season and being like, look, I'm not B-slap you, Mayor Fisk? Like, what's going to happen? Are the Thunderbolts going to show up?
Yeah, unless they do like what I predicted the last time we talked about this, was we don't get a resolution and we end this season on a climactic cliffhanger. Where it's like, maybe in the next episode, Mr. Charles reveals exactly what that is. And to Matt Murdock and to Kingpin, that's, we need to unite. And it ends with them uniting and we don't get a conclusion yet. Come next season, we get that full conclusion.
So the leaked photos of Vincent D'Onofrio on set of season 3.
Yeah, we don't know what that means. Those could be flashbacks for all we know.
They could be flashbacks. He looks like a homeless person. It could be him being in disguise.
It could be him underground with Daredevil. Because who hasn't
seen the Kingpin now?
Yeah, it could be him and Daredevil underground fighting whoever they have to fight. It could be anything.
And I would be down for a story like that to keep Vincent D'Onofrio in and keep the story intriguing and interesting.
To me, that'd be the most ambitious, daring thing to do.
Yes, I agree. We'll have to find out, guys, for that, because that'd be
cool.
For it. I'm down for it.
And maybe this, Muse woman will be a real big problem for them.
Because she knows too much on both of them.
Yeah. See, guys, it's right itself if you do it right.
That would be cool.
End this season with them shaking hands.
Yep.
Right?
That would be cool.
That'd be awesome. Okay, cool. We're in for this.
I'm more hyped for it now. Come on, Marvel.
That'd be a great idea. Hey, it's not so bad, right, guys?
So, this next part, Matt convinces Bullseye to save the New York governor from an assassination.
Yeah.
I have conflicting feelings about it because I've only known Bullseye as a bad guy. And it sounds like he's turning into Punisher had a baby with Daredevil type thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, are they purposely trying to make him into an anti-hero, or is he is this just a one and done favor type thing? For saving his life. I don't know.
This is that continuing argument of this morality thing that's going on in this that needs to come to an end.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean an end like it's not part of the theme of everything, but an end of like, we get it, that this is a problem. My personal feelings, this guy needs to die. His character needs to end. It needs to be tragic in the sense of, look, he's starting to be a good guy and he dies. You know what I mean? Let's not take away this idea that he's a villain of Daredevil's. Let's keep that there. See the little shimmery light at the end of it, and then it's waste. It's gone. And what better way to set it up but to have this new villain come in this next episode to be the one that kills him, which kind of makes Matt and Kingpin shake hands. You know, I'm going to keep going back to that, guys. I'm just saying that makes sense to me. You know, especially let him have this moment where he does something right for somebody, and this is the last thing he does. And let's see ya. Because this argument of this morality thing's got to change. And Matt needs to be challenged harder about it. And that would challenge him real hard. And that would make him turn to someone like Kingpin and be like, God, everything I do, I just keep getting it thrown in my face. But we got to stop this. And no matter what we are to each other, this is a bigger problem. You know what I mean? And so to me, that supports this if they're going to do it. If not, then making him this anti-hero bad guy turn good guy, that's boring for me. You know, I don't want to see that with this character. I like this character being either a bad guy or someone that's not long for this world. You know?
Yeah.
That's how I feel about that. Great scene, though.
Yeah, it is.
The actor does a good job. There's not, this is all worth watching.
I think what I liked about most of the scene is that Governor Hochul there is, he's about to slit her throat, or decapitate her. Something is happening there. And the Bullseye shows up and stops him. He kills him. Let's be honest. That's what Bullseye does.
Yeah.
And when the governor turns around, she immediately is like, oh God. Like, you saved me, but at the same time, did you save me? Because I could easily die right now again.
Yeah, it's like she definitely didn't feel safe yet.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, if I was her, I'd go home, lock down the cellar with whatever she's going to sign on, taking away that charter thing. And oh my, I'd be freaking out if I was her.
Yeah.
I'd be like, nothing is safe anymore. Like, I need to retire.
Yeah, his politics thing is going to kill me.
Yeah. And I only said Kathy Hochul in the
It's time to
guys.
go. Move to Miami.
Because
safer in Miami.
The actress of the cast, she does look reminiscent to Governor Hochul. So with all due respect to you, Miss Hochul.
Yeah, go be the governor of Florida. It's safer.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening in Florida.
Yeah.
Chicago, Florida. There's a few others. Salt Lake City. We'll see Salt Lake City getting destroyed by everybody.
Yeah.
No one goes there.
Something going to happen in Miami.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys. Next, the last thing on here is, which was really cool seeing this built up, and we even see it on our screen right now starting to happen. Buck kills Daniel while BB is on the run.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're anything like me, guys, it took me a couple episodes to realize who was Buck, who was Daniel, and all that stuff, because I wasn't paying too close attention to their side names. But Buck is the new Wesley. Daniel is a communications director that's kind of been a super fan of Mayor Fisk since the first season. And then BB is Ulrich's granddaughter that is, not granddaughter, niece, that is becoming a reporter and doing some promotion and also some negative backlash.
Propaganda.
Yes, on the Fisk administration.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually thought this was a nice conclusion to that whole dynamic going on there. I don't know what more is going to happen in the next episode, to be honest.
Yeah, this was the most natural conclusion, because we said this back when he kind of gave her that whole, hey, look, be careful what you're doing. Yeah. You and I both said this dude's eventually got to pick a side. And he does. Mm-hmm. We knew that. And it's going to kill him. And it did. Yeah. You know, if I was the writer of this show, I'd have had Buck. I would have had Daniel get the best of Buck and kill Buck. I would have done that.
You would have made it where Buck wasn't the new Wesley type thing, or at least not as.
I would have had that's what you're thinking this whole time. And then when he goes to do that, Daniel steps up. and you're like, oh my God, you can't believe we just did that. I would have done that. I think that would have been real ambitious and fun.
You know what would have been interesting on that for a twist if they did it the way you did.
Even if he's just in self-defense, he ends up getting the better of him.
It's reminiscent to a degree of Wilson Fisk's origin.
Yes.
Because he admires Wilson Fisk so much, he kind of is playing both sides at the moment because he likes BB, but at the same time, he also is an admirer and definitely a hardcore supporter of Fisk. And then having to do something that Fisk had to do, which was Fisk killing his dad to protect his mom, him killing Buck to protect BB, be like
himself, but
that could turn into Baby Fisk coming along.
Well, it could have left another little caveat to like, things are getting crazy.
Yeah,
you know, I think that'd have been fun. Not that I have a problem with what they did. It felt, well, duh. We knew this was coming.
To me,
it was a great scene.
I don't know where they're going to go from here with Buck and BB, to be honest, because this whole scene felt like the conclusion of the season for them.
Yeah, well, they're not going to kill her.
No, they're not.
All of that to just see her die is not.
And I don't know what Buck's going to do. You
know,
know, Buck's main mission is kind of done to that degree. We're going to see whatever. They have one more episode of this to see what they're going to do with him as a character.
I mean, how great let me just follow me here. Daniel kills Buck in self-defense when he comes to kill him over this whole thing. And he goes into hiding with BB. After the shake of hands of Daredevil and Kingpin, they all are working together at some point. What an awkward, crazy little group of people that would make an excellent third season.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Of like,
sounds cool.
That would be cool, right? Like they're all put into a corner. None of them want to be around each other, right? They all got their own little sides. To me, that would be kind of if I was the writer, I would be like, why aren't we killing Buck, guys?
Yeah.
Like, let's let these people go. What? Let's let them just go for it, you know? And guys, I'm just talking about this. This does not negative at all. They did a great job. They built this up. You got your payoff. We knew it was coming. It was a little cookie cutter or predictable, sure, but it worked well. It was emotional. It was nice. Like, I liked this guy. I liked Daniel. I didn't want to see Daniel go. So when he went, it does add stakes to it. Things are happening.
I agree.
So the positive of this happening is that this Buck guy's dangerous, you know, and we don't know how dangerous yet. You know, we're getting an idea. And BB's on the run, man. Ooh, she's in trouble here, you know.
That's what I predict the next episode for Buck's conclusion is him finding BB or him looking for BB type thing. You know,
yeah, and I don't think that's going to get resolved in this season.
No,
I think we're going to just get another step of it, but it's going to continue on.
Yeah,
yeah. But I was just saying, for ambition wise, I mean, wouldn't that have blown your mind if Daniel got the best of him and that's what we ended the show on? They'd be like, what? Like that wasn't planned, you know. So yeah.
All right. Well, so what are your thoughts on the episode overall? While we're wrapping this up,
overall, I wish this was 2 episodes ago. I wish that this was another build to more things. It supports my theory of them shaking hands. It still can be done, guys. It still can be done. It also has created me to have a new theory. But overall, guys, watch this episode. It's a great episode. It's awesome. This show is really good. It's all going to be on the landing. If they don't stick the landing, that's when you're going to hear me go negative Nelly. But because they have done real well, but they've definitely put themselves in a corner for me personally. If this doesn't sell me on wanting to come back for the next season, I'll still do it. We'll still do it for the pod. But still, don't be surprised if you're going to be like, well, there's that Ike guy who doesn't like Daredevil. Because I'm just going to be honest with you. I'll give it its flowers when they're due, and I'm going to give you its crap when it's due too. My new theory, though, is I think he's going to out himself as Matt Murdock as Daredevil. I think he's going to do that before Fisk does, because I think this is cornering him by coming in like this, because now the only thing he does have on Matt, with Matt doing what he's doing by representing Karen, is I know who you are. What are you doing? I could ruin your whole life right now and turn you back into the bad guy real easy, and I got nothing to lose because everything I've got's dead right now. So, but I think Matt's going to do it first. I think he's going to be the one out himself as Daredevil to prove him wrong, which is probably what's going to take him out of being the mayor, probably put him in jail, and probably what you're seeing in the photos of next season is he's broken out of jail and he's hiding somewhere. That's my other guess of what's going on.
my initial thoughts of that would be, I agree with you on the last part, that him coming out as Matt Murdock being Daredevil will put Mayor Fisk out.
Yep.
I do agree with that.
It'll prove everything he's saying wrong.
And I think that the governor will have part of that, and the because a governor does actually have the power to remove a mayor if he or she feels that it's a threat to the state.
Well, and that will out how
I think that's part of it.
Yeah, that'll out him so darkly. And
I wouldn't even be surprised if you get a scene like that where the governor is talking to Louis Dreyfus right there, and they're like, "Yep, this is my big play. Is I'm going to get you out," type thing.
Yeah,
but
because I think Daredevil's going to have to sacrifice to win. I think that's what he was alluding to, that we're going to have to cross a line. And I think everyone's thinking, does that mean he's going to kill somebody? No, I think he's going to out himself.
I wonder, though, if Fisk is going to out him, though, first to try to win his case against Karen Page, saying, I know I propped him up as a hero, but you got to know he's actually a vigilante. And then he unexpectedly gets the backlash from that, from higher powers that be.
That's interesting. I think the backlash from the higher powers that be is definitely more suitable. Mm-hmm. But I think whoever, if they do, this might not be at all on their plate, right? This speculation.
Yeah.
If they do this, whereas the identity of him makes this the difference, it's got to be whoever does it first is the winner. Because if Daredevil does it first, then it shows the level of deception publicly that now cannot be denied. And that's going to make everybody go, yeah, he's done. Fisk is, he's definitely, we put up with it for so long, but now there's not much we can say or do to keep him in this power. Right. If Fisk does it first, he could easily say, I didn't know until now. And they're not going to get rid of him because he's still going to be a victim of a bad Daredevil.
I get that.
You see what I'm trying to say?
I can see that.
Like maybe their backlash of how you handled it isn't going to work, but they're not going to get rid of him if the public thinks he's a victim.
No, they have to paint the Kingpin as what
they're going to have to suck it up and deal with it.
Yeah.
So he's got to expose him first by letting himself be exposed. I think that's what he means when he says there's going to be lines that we have to cross, just might not be the ones you think. And I think that's him giving up his security of who he is, which puts him in a very peculiar position moving forward. I think that's more likely what's going to happen. Yeah, personally,
I like your theory too. I mean, guys, I guess now at this point it's up to you. Which of our two theories do you think is going to be the one that's going to happen? Do you think none of this is going to happen? You got your own theory, of course. We are hyped.
Yeah.
We want to see the finale next week. We're excited to see what's going to happen and break it all down for you in the next episode.
Maybe Spider-Man shows up and just ends this whole thing. We do see Avengers Tower in this in the beginning, in the background.
We do, actually. Yeah. I like that. That was a little nod to...
They're all just kind of standing there going, should we do something about this? Nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, no.
I just imagine like Spider-Man out there right now, like doing, what is he doing if this stuff is happening? Like, what are we not seeing that's happening, right? Yeah. Maybe that's what we're going to get in the new Spider-Man movie. By the way, he's one line in the movie. Hey, who's going to do something about the mayor? Well, I got all these other bad guys I'm fighting. It's like, to me, it's like, I don't know. If you're Spider-Man and this guy's doing this crap, you're not sitting around. I get it. This is my problem with these shows and what's going on with things. But hey, that's beyond how good. I'm not putting that into my review, fellas, or ladies and gentlemen, of how I feel about this show, because it is good. But my big brain of this whole thing goes, where's freaking Spider-Man? Don't get too big, because we're going to say, where are you, Spider-Man? Like, what's going on?
Or
where's Doctor Strange? He lives there too.
He's in the dark dimension right now.
Oh, that's right. He's off with some lady who,
he's off.
I apologize. That's how much that means nothing to me. Anyways, sorry.
Gosh, but yeah, no, I actually do agree with you on that point, is that depending on how big they go with this, because I mean, let's face it, the finale of season 1 of Born Again, that was pretty big. Yeah. And then you had a movie coming out with Thunderbolts being set in New York City and all that, and be like, at one point you have to acknowledge, it's just like that thing coming out of the ocean.
Yeah.
The Indian Ocean. You got to acknowledge the elephant in the room.
I forgot.
The celestial in the ocean. You got to acknowledge it, guys.
You're right. The Avengers Tower's right. There's a whole team sitting there waiting to do something.
Yeah. Like what is going on?
No one's going to go down there to the mayor and say, dude.
Yeah.
Like, we know what you're doing. Like,
yeah. So
it just takes one of them.
Marvel, you have a way to do it. So I'm just curious how you're gonna do it. And I know in the Spider-Man Brand New Day thing, you have to touch upon it because Frank Castle's in it. All this different stuff is in it. So what is Spider-Man doing? We'll have to find out come the end of July, guys. So to wrap this up again, question is for you guys. What are your thoughts on this episode? Do you agree with us? Do you not agree with us? What's your theories for the next episode? And how excited are you to see the finale of Daredevil Born Again Season 2?
I'm excited.
All right. The next thing we're going to touch on, guys, stay tuned. We're getting into our retrospective review of Iron Man 3.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right, guys, welcome to our main event. It's our retrospective of the week, and today it's Iron Man 3. Boy, exciting, man. It's amazing that we're finishing a trilogy already, that we've gotten this far, to be completely honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah,
it's going to be fun to see how it goes. So what we're going to do is what we usually do, guys. We're going to do a nice little breakdown of the history of this whole movie. Nice little synopsis. We'll go scene by scene, break it all down, do our questionnaire, and give you your rating. So I'm gonna let Sammy take it from here and give us our history of Iron Man 3. How'd this movie get made, Sam, and all the fun stuff about it?
Okay, so my write-up for this one seems a little bit shorter, but I wanted to get right to the point for the making of this movie, because at this point, we're done with phase 1. So really, everything moving forward here, unless it's a really new project, there's not too much of the behind-the-scenes stuff, especially for a third movie of a trilogy of movies. There wasn't too much new to discuss here, but there's a couple new things that they did. So I'll give you the history behind the film. First off, Iron Man 3 was released on May 3rd, 2013. One exact year almost after the first Avengers movie. It was the first movie, of course, after the Avengers. So the main cast included Robert Downey Jr., Gwyneth Paltrow, Jon Favreau, Don Cheadle, and welcoming Guy Pearce, Rebecca Hall, and Ben Kingsley. So, when Marvel Studios began production in Iron Man 3, the cinematic universe had just changed Hollywood forever. The Avengers in 2012 became a global phenomenon and proved that a shared cinematic universe could dominate the box office. That meant Iron Man 3 wasn't just another sequel. It was the first MCU film released after the Avengers, carrying enormous expectations and launching what Marvel called Phase 2. The studio had momentum unlike anything in modern franchise history. Fans wanted to know, how does Tony Stark react after fighting aliens and nearly dying in space? That question became the emotional core of Iron Man 3. Director Shane Black replaced Jon Favreau and reunited with Robert Downey Jr., whom he had previously directed in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Black wanted a more personal, character-driven story focused on Tony Stark dealing with anxiety, trauma, and proving he was more than the suit. Filming took place mainly in North Carolina, Florida, Los Angeles, and included special scenes shot for the Chinese market. At the time, Robert Downey Jr. had become one of the biggest stars in the world and the face of the MCU, while Gwyneth Paltrow and Don Cheadle returned in their expanded roles. Ben Kingsley's casting as the Mandarin created huge buzz, with Guy Pearce and Rebecca Hall joining the cast as key new characters. Production faced a temporary delay when Downey Jr. injured his ankle on set. But some of the fun facts of this film, guys, include Tony's Malibu mansion inspired by spy thrillers, and the introduction of dozens of new Iron Man armors in the House Party Protocol finale. Upon the release in 2013, Iron Man 3 earned strong reviews with a 79% Rotten Tomatoes critic score and roughly 78% audience score. Though some fans were divided by the Mandarin twist, we will get there, folks. Financially, it was a massive success, grossing about $1.2 billion worldwide against a $200 million budget, becoming the first Iron Man film to cross $1 billion and proving Marvel's momentum after the Avengers was only growing. So, that is the basic behind the film history for Iron Man 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I failed to write down the synopsis, but I'm going to look that up right now for Ike to read.
By the way, folks, if you haven't seen Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, go watch that movie. It's phenomenal. I put up there, it's about a 9 out of 10 on my scale. Watch that movie. It's great.
It's right up there.
All right, guys, I'm going to give you a little quick synopsis right here. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Iron Man 3, this is what the movie's about right here. Plagued with worry and insomnia since saving New York from destruction, Tony Stark now is more dependent on the suits that give him his Iron Man persona. So much so that every aspect of his life is affected, including his relationship with Pepper. After a malevolent enemy known as the Mandarin reduces his personal world to rubble, Tony must rely solely on instinct and ingenuity to avenge his losses and protect the people he loves.
There you go.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts initially? Is there anything you think I missed from the history part that you wanted to include in there? Or?
No, I think you hit it all. I threw that other shout out for Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I really do think people should. Have you seen that movie?
I haven't, no.
That'd be a good one for us to do and review because it's very, very, very funny and it's very good. Him and Val Kilmer together in it is spectacular. And I can see why they picked Shane for this type of movie when we talk about it. But I also see the faults in a lot of it. So yeah, no, I'm good. Let's get into her,
All right. Well, let's see.
I can get right here with Act 1.
All right. Go right ahead. Take it away, brother.
So, guys, Act 1. Let me flip the page, yeah? After the events of the Avengers, Tony Stark is suffering from severe anxiety and PTSD, obsessively building Iron Man suits while struggling to sleep or function normally. Meanwhile, a mysterious terrorist known as the Mandarin begins launching devastating attacks. When Stark publicly challenges the Mandarin, his home is destroyed and he is believed dead after barely escaping in a damaged suit. So, Sammy, why don't you hit us off? What'd you think of this and what worked for you? Let's go with what worked first because I see you got a lot for what didn't, which is cool.
All right, so as we alluded to in the last episode in the Avengers movie, guys, I usually have been a little more, and this is just my general feeling of this. I base a lot of this off of how I felt and what continuity-wise would work for me, or don't work for me, and things like that when it came to my scoring. And I am such a lover of the MCU and of Marvel in general that there are times where I could be a little blinded to any of the flaws within some of the stories or within some of the movies and things like that. That's why I think Ike and I are a great balance of each other, because you could look at it, Ike, as more of a film type aspect, and I could look at it as more of a comic book accuracy type aspect, where we can be able to mesh them together. And you can tell that a good story could have both comic book accuracy and just a really great.
And we temper each other well too. If I feel like when you're talking about when you don't or you do or like or do or don't like something, I can kind of reel you back in and say, hey, look, maybe you're not looking at it this way. And you do the same for me as well.
And on both things. I could be like super high, but like, I love it. Then you're like, oh, hold on, there's this, this, and this. And then vice versa. I could say, oh, I really didn't like it. You'd be like, well, maybe look at it this way. Things like that. So I have to say that caveat before going into this film, because I will start off real quick and just say for overall of the film, this is my least favorite Iron Man movie, but we're going to get to them bit by bit as we break down these acts. So what worked for me? Start positive. What worked for me? I loved the 1999 opening scene. I think that was kind of cool to revisit something, to start establishing who these bad guys are going to be for Iron Man. I like giving a little taste of some of these people's origin because it shows how they're fleshed out years later. So I didn't mind that. I thought it was a cool concept and great to set up. I liked the setup of AIM. I'm actually surprised it took them this long to establish this entity, because this is arguably in Marvel Comics the biggest. It's funny. We saw in Iron Man 2, Justin Hammer and Hammer Industries being a big competitor for Stark Industries. Well, AIM kind of is the same way too. And no offense to Hammer Industries, but AIM is more known in the comics of being a big affront to superheroes in general, but mainly to Tony Stark. So it's nice that we finally get a mention of them come the third movie of this, but we're going to see how that may not work so well later on. Anyways, I think that this was a great opener for my favorite part of Act 1 was the opening, getting it set up. Is when they brought it to present day that I take a lot of my issues with. But what worked for you?
Well, I'm going to keep it simple with what worked for me, because what worked for me is going to be more of you and me having an argument about what didn't work for you, which is okay, though, because that's what we're here for, right?
Yes.
So what did work for me is everything you just said about that beginning worked for me too, for sure. The introduction of everybody, the choice of using Eiffel 65's
that was
Blue
good.
is a great opening song, because it also kind of foretells, a little foreshadowing of how he feels, right, about things. But on top of it, this is like pure back in the day when Tony was a jerk, and I love the stuff with Happy and as being over zealous as a security guy, jumping on him after the plant explodes, all that stuff. This is where some of the funniest things are, and I like, this is a very Shane Black thing to do in a movie, where your main character starts off the movie with a narration. When we watch Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, you're going to realize that whole movie is narrated by Robert Downey Jr., like all the way through. There's lots of moments where he's almost like he's reading you a mystery book while you're watching it happen, and it's hilarious. And it works because Robert does well in this. And so him narrating this, like he's telling it from his point of view, is perfect.
I like that too, actually.
Yep. And I like Guy showing up. Guy Pearce, guys, is on my list of top 10 most underrated best actors out there. The problem is he's not good in this movie. I'm going to give you that right now from the start. And when I watch him in this, I get so frustrated because he is so good in other things. You got a glimpse of him when we were watching Lawless the other day at Grandma and Grandpa's. And he's real good in that. You almost probably don't remember that he's in it. That's how good he was. He was the bad guy in that. He slicked back hair with the gloves on.
Oh, yes.
That's Guy Pearce.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah. Oh, he was good.
Wild, right? He's unrecognizable sometimes when he's in things. Unrecognizably good. Phenomenal actor. I don't know what happened here, other than it's the story that's the problem, because it's not the guy. But, the introduction of him, though, with the long hair, being all nerdy with the limp and stuff, I enjoy. I'm like, yeah, this guy, there's something to this guy. I like seeing what's going on. I enjoy this a lot. Yeah. So then I like that. Well, we'll get to that part of it because it's later. But yeah, so we can jump right into what didn't work, because I just enjoy that beginning of the whole thing. I do feel a little, the DNA thing with the botanist and all that, I feel like that's the part of this movie I struggle with the most. Although I get what's going on, I get what they're doing. I just wish there was a different thing that they were trying to do that made this progress forward. But I guess this was the only way to do it. I don't know. Well, that's one of the hiccups that come. It only is a problem because of what happens later. It's not so much that that's the problem. It's that it's not a very fleshed out thing, truthfully. So let's jump right into this thing we're going to do. Do you want to just tell me all of it and I'll kind of combat you in points, or do you want me to interrupt you, or how do you want to do it? Because I've read some of what you got here and I already got some things to say, but I get it. I see I'll just take notes as you talk and then we'll go from there.
Right. So if I'm moving on to a completely different part of the act that you want to say before we move forward, let me just say my point of view on it, then by all means.
Oh yeah, I know. If I feel like I got to say something,
I will say though about the botanist thing, I did look this up because I was wondering how much of this movie was completely original versus based off a comic book, and there is a comic book about the extremists.
Oh, there is. So this is something that is in the comics.
So I will give them their credit here, that this is something that's in the comics.
It wasn't just some random thing.
Because I thought that Aldrich Killian, I believe that's his name, the character.
Yeah, Aldrich. Yeah.
Aldrich. I thought he was a completely new guy. He's not. He actually is a mix of two other characters.
Okay.
So that's why, to me, he came off a little weird for me personally. And I kept thinking, is there really this character? Because, sometimes they would make a brand new character for a movie just to push a narrative or whatever. And so I wanted to make sure who was comic accurate, who wasn't. Is this something that's a completely original idea, or is this inspired by something? And then I wanted to, of course, the comic book nerd of me wanted to compare and contrast. And so that's how I found out that, yes, there is a character, Aldrich Killian. I'm sorry I'm butchering it on the top of my head here, but in the comics, but he is not the same character.
Okay.
This character is kind of a mix mash of him and another more popular or more up front and center character, which I forget on the top of my head. So please comment down below, guys, who I'm referring to. Anyways, what didn't work? Well, for me, a lot. This is something I talked about the last episode, guys. When you establish a connected universe now with the Avengers, going forward from there, you have to be very creative in how to write the solo films from that point onward, on how to make it where it is just their films, but also you can't ignore now the bigger universes outside that they've already established. And Marvel has done a really great job since the Avengers of being able to do their solo stories and also say, yeah, we know all this other stuff is happening too. This is just the only film that they didn't do that. And that's where I find the biggest disconnect. And when we get to our next episode after this with Winter Soldier, or I'm sorry, with Thor's the next one, and then Winter Soldier, they did them perfect, how they're supposed to be done after an Avengers film. I don't think Iron Man 3 was. And I think that really is what highlighted a lot of the continuity errors for me personally when I'm watching this. Because now I'm watching this not just as Tony's Iron Man 1, 2, and 3. Now I'm watching this as Iron Man 1, 2, Avengers 1, and then Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
So what didn't work for me is S.H.I.E.L.D. not being involved in anything going on. In the first film of Iron Man, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a part of like figuring out who Tony was at the end with that cliffhanger. And then in Iron Man 2, S.H.I.E.L.D. was all over the place with Nick Fury, with Black Widow's introduction, all that stuff. In this one, you hear nothing about any of them. I don't even know if they mentioned the word S.H.I.E.L.D. in this movie. So that part for me, when you have a terrorist like the Mandarin presenting himself to the world, and Iron Man feeling like he's the only one who could take this down, that's where I feel like, okay, you're now part of a bigger universe. Had this movie came out before Avengers 1, I'd say that wouldn't be a problem for me. But now that it's after Avengers 1, that's a problem. So that's the first thing I would say. A global terrorism, yet only Iron Man is given self-permission to stop him without the assistance of anybody else type thing. That was one of my bigger gripes about that. Let's see. And also the next thing I would say that didn't work for me is Tony revealing his home address in Malibu. I'm sorry, guys. If you're as big of a guy as Tony Stark, with all due respect, he lost his privacy when at the end of the first Iron Man movie, he says, I am Iron Man. Because everyone who knows about Tony Stark, anyone who knows any celebrities over in Hollywood, and I know that they try to keep their private life separate as possible, but with the paparazzi you have and the super fans and all that stuff, there is no way that it's taken them almost 3 movies later for them to finally find out where his address is. So the villains know where he lives. That's no secret. Maybe getting to his house will be harder because he is Tony Stark. He's got the security guards. He's got the, all the armor stuff all around. Yeah, I get that. I'll give you that. But knowing his address, that's the part I didn't buy. Yeah. That's hard for me to believe that no one knew his address. And now he gave it to the terrorists. Come on, guys. That's my thought. So that's the 2 biggest gripes I have about the first act. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on what didn't work.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. I like this first act.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing that you have me on that I will give you props to is the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. when it comes down to the terrorist organ. I'm not saying the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Tony's life, because I think the relationship between Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. has always kind of been like on a graph, and it's kind of like, I think Tony controls that more than we understand. I don't think Tony really lets S.H.I.E.L.D. tell him what to do or where to go or how to do things.
Yeah.
But it comes down to them not being on top of the terrorist thing and being like the MacGuffin that could fix all this. Yeah. I think this is probably the only movie that they did in this cinematic universe where they were like, do you think we can get away with this one more time without having them being too involved? And they do for me until later. This is my problem with the movie in general, is like, I am sold until a certain point of this movie. So I'm okay with the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. with things happening fast enough, especially with him being a presumed dead. And I think that was the smartest thing they could do. I think that takes him out of that realm of why there's no one around to help him if nobody knows where he is. Now, of course, does S.H.I.E.L.D. really not know where he is? Because this is S.H.I.E.L.D. But that is also you and I assuming that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s competent, as they seem to be. And I think when we get to future movies, we find out they're not so much, right?
Yeah.
Also, in future movies, we do learn that S.H.I.E.L.D. is more compromised than we know. So there might be more helping in this situation than when it comes down to it. If Sam Jackson's off planet and Natasha and what's his face are undercover somewhere, Coulson's dead. The other one, Maria Hill's kind of just keeping things going. You're talking half the people that we expect to be involved in already could be explained away in 2 or 3 lines. Now, yes, they don't do that, and they should have. But Sam's used that excuse before. When you get the Spider-Man, Far From Home, he could call anybody he wants to help with the situation that's going on of these giant monsters that are trying to take over the world. One that's going to overheat everything and everyone's going to die. And the only one he ends up calling is Spider-Man. You can't get a hold of nobody else, So like, and he gives the off world, this or that. He even says, I don't even want to call that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is something that we have to juggle on what we're going to put up with anyways in general. Like, why don't certain people show up? A lot of the real answer to it is the faster the bad things can happen where people can't show up, the better. Because then it's like you're taking that element out of it. So in this movie, and later, that is a problem. Later, it's a problem. Right now, for me, it's not while I'm watching it. So I'm trying to break this act by act. Because I could easily say the part of this movie that doesn't work for me ruins the rest, because it kind of does. But I'm not going to lie, though, if we're just talking about this first part of the movie, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't even cross my mind during all of this. And I think the thing with the address, I think you're picking nits. Because I don't think it's that people don't know his address and that the terrorists don't know his address. I think the point of that scene was he was calling them out.
He was trying to provoke them.
Yeah. And I think that they were just going to be like, now where this scene falls apart is later. It's not now. It's later. And I'll kind of give you that right now. Right now it works just fine. I think this is Tony just being, hey, listen here, you almost just killed not only my head of security and all that bull stuff, but a good friend of his. Which is more believable.
Yeah.
And he turns around and literally threatens, I'm going to kill the Mandarin.
Yeah, he's dead to me. I think it was just exactly some
I'm going to recover the body is all he's saying. These are his words. Dare I say, this might be the most mature MCU movie we've got. They kill a lot of people in this movie compared to the rest.
Sure.
There's some killing going on. Like, he blasts a hole through that one guy's chest. Like, dead. So,
that's true.
And I have no problems with it. I like this movie for it. But I love all this stuff in this whole sequence. Like, I think the action, by the way, is some of the best we've ever seen of Iron Man.
I agree.
When he does this and he puts the suit on her to save her life during the whole explosion, that is amazing. Yeah, like
I agree.
The whole scene of them taking the place down is amazing. He's funny in this. The anger he has on top of it when he's arguing with Pepper about when the girl shows up and they're arguing about her, like just that whole the bear or the rabbit, I mean, that he makes for her, because he's all like jealous about how she's talking to that guy. Like I love all this stuff, and we get another taste of what we got in Iron Man 1 and 2, specifically more 1, where he's building things. And he's doing his own vlog of, okay, take 1, we're gonna do this, and he's talking. I love this. Is all peak Iron Man stuff.
Yeah,
I think some of the funniest stuff is in this part of this movie. I think a lot of it's real smart. I do enjoy a lot of that stuff. What's the other one I was going to point out to you? I like that this is a Christmas movie.
I do too, actually.
I think that works a lot.
I hear that Shane Black likes doing that type of stuff, though. He likes
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang's a Christmas movie, and so isn't The Nice Guys. They're also Christmas movies. And Predator, actually, believe it or not, takes place in December. It's also a Christmas movie. When you watch Predator, it's the beginning. It's like 3 days before Christmas. Okay. Yeah, Shane Black also directed Lethal Weapon, which is more of a Christmas movie than Die Hard. Come at me. Anyway, that just started a lot of fights. Because everyone's like, Die Hard's a Christmas movie. You see more Christmas trees in Lethal Weapon than you do Die Hard. Anyway, we'll get there someday, guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that it's a Christmas movie. I love that he saves Pepper. I enjoy what he's got going on here with his PTSD and his anxiety. I think one of the things I heard from a lot of podcasters or from a lot of things I've read, that they think it's kind of whiny. I'm like, I don't know. We need a character like this. And if it's going to be any of them, it's going to be him. Mm-hmm. Because out of all of them, he's the smartest, but he's the worst at collecting his own emotions. Mm-hmm. And it speaks a lot to what he's still dealing with from being in that cave.
I agree.
His entire course through this entire journey in the Infinity Saga is him dealing with these emotions of not being alive. Should I be alive? I mean, look how many times he should have died already. You know what I mean? And he just, in New York was another time. So, and it bothers him what he saw, because he is now someone that does care because of this near death experience he had back in the day. And here he is having it again. And it's like, he just is not good at emoting what that really means to him. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
Yeah. I hear what you're talking about here with the no shield thing. That's the one thing I will tell you. It does bother me when you say it. I'm like, man, he's got a good point.
And I want to say, I do agree with you. I've always enjoyed Tony trying something new with his suits, and we see it because I think that's a lot of that stuff that people don't show, and I love that about the first Iron Man in particular.
Yeah.
And so I liked that he was doing something very new with putting things in.
It's pretty awesome.
When you watch it, I was like, holy smokes, did you just put it inside you? Like, you still have that shrapnel thing, which is another thing they really don't touch upon too much until the very end. But anyways, what the heck? I liked his moves when he was doing it. It was so fun, and then playing around with it. I loved all that stuff.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
and I do agree with you about the cinematography for this one. It's top notch compared to the
holy
other two.
Moly! What a whole step up.
You can tell Disney took over, because this is leveled up.
All of a sudden, there's money, right?
And even the
music's better.
Don't think about and we'll get to those. So I'm just trying to give. I do like this. It's just the parts that stick out to me when I'm watching it. I'm like, you don't mention it or touch upon it, and that's the part where I'm like, okay, or are you not?
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'll give you the shield thing, but I do want you to reconsider at least the other part, because that would bother some people if that's what they wanted you to think. But I don't think that's what the point was. I don't even think that the news media showing up was because they didn't know where he lived. I think they're there because he threatened the Mandarin.
I get that.
I think it's all just become a show, and they retaliated back, like, oh yeah, well, here we come. Where if that falls apart though later, the reasoning behind this falls apart later.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But here it works fine for me. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's where I'm at. What didn't work, I don't have much that doesn't, other than now I will admit, yeah, we could have used a couple lines of at least tell us why Shield's not around.
Mhm.
Like, we don't need him here. I don't want him in this movie. I don't want Shield in this movie. But you could at least say, I wish Nick was around and not where the hell is he? Or, gosh, right when we need him, where is he? Because then at least in our minds, it sets this idea that, okay, he's not around. So later in other movies, when he says off-world things, we can realize, there's a bigger picture to his life. Because there is a bigger picture to his life,
I would
right?
have settled for a one little quick liner phone call to Tony of Nick or Maria, or probably Nick would be the best person to deliver it, saying, shut the heck up. I'm in the middle of something right now, and you're now making me have to look at you.
Yeah.
That would have been enough for me to say, okay, Shield is still there, and
they're just doing
they're just saying,
else.
hey, they're in the middle of something else. They probably figured the U.S. government is going to take care of the Middle East terrorists. That's what, in real history, what we do type thing. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is under the UN, so I'm going to give them all their props and dues there. But a simple little, now Tony's inserted himself into the conversation, and he is an established Avenger that Nick Fury had set up. That would have been enough for me to say, okay, if they added that in, I would have forgiven that whole part right there of S.H.I.E.L.D. not even being thought of. But that's the thing. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't even thought of in this whole conversation.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what it was, like a blatant, this is before S.H.I.E.L.D. fell in a couple movies from now. So after that, I can't use that crutch anymore, that excuse. But I think that's one reason why they wanted it to fall. Because they're like...
Because damn, we got to put you guys everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyways.
No, yeah, so I will give you that part. But, I think it's safe to say we can kind of lean on having a little more fun with the other stuff like that.
And I could, if I had to really rethink the address thing, it is well within Tony's behavior to say something like that. Because even if people know his address, him saying it out loud is kind of that challenge of...
It's the snarkiness of it.
You want to come at me, I'm at 455 Malibu Way, whatever the heck it is. I could see that. So... if I had to be a little more lenient on that, I would say that wasn't that big of a stickler to me. So I'll concede to that part.
Yeah. One other part about this I really liked a lot is when Happy does get hurt, he knows enough to point at something because he knows Tony's going to look later.
See,
that's awesome. I like that caveat.
I like that. And actually, part of that scene is playing back right now. And this is the part that I would say.
Oh, yeah.
I know in the next, because guys, we had this on in the background while we're filming this for you guys, and recording. I was going to touch upon in the next act, and I definitely am going to touch upon more so, but that is true that is part of this first act too.
Yeah.
Is that the one thing that we talked about, I think it was in the last episode actually, was how similar he is to Batman without being the detective part.
Yeah, and then here we get this. I forgot all about that.
As I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking...
I thought the same thing when I was watching it.
I'm like, that honestly, for me, that saves a lot of this movie for me because it's a part of the Tony that I would expect. Be like, he is naturally curious and he wants to know what happened to his friend. And forensics are only going to do so much because he has the technology to actually recreate the scene. That's cool. This is before Barf came up in Civil War.
Yeah, that's right.
So, this is the best way of doing it for right now. I like that. That whole scene
is great.
Magnificent.
Yeah.
And I give that props.
Yeah.
Actually, that gives me props. I'm giving it one extra point.
Oh, look at that, guys. We got a point out of him.
Yeah. I will be a little nicer. All right.
I do love that Happy when he points to that because he just knows later it's going to be, to me, that's the smartness. I'm like, wow, what great writing. That's why later I'm so disappointed. But anyway.
And still the cinematography, like we've said, and I'm going to say this throughout the whole thing as we're talking about this, guys. It is the best visually. If I remember right, this was the first time the Marvel Studios was up for an Academy Award for visual effects. If I remember, I have to look this up. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but I do remember something like this coming up. And if my memory serves me right, I see why. Because there's no denying how
good,
amazing this looked. So, anyways.
Yep. My standout moment's the same as yours.
Yeah.
The whole destruction of his home, that entire sequence is wow. There's a lot happening going on there.
And I agree with the pepper thing that you said.
It's so cool.
I could see where some people be like, oh, it goes on pepper, but it's so Tony.
That's what he would do.
It's exactly what he would do. And it was smart. It wasn't it wasn't Pepper becoming Iron Man. It was protecting her from hitting her head and becoming Gwen Stacy.
Yeah, or even when he stood there and he's like, I'll figure out how to get around, get out of here. And he has to tell her, don't think, just go. And it's like, wow, this is good stuff out of him. Yeah.
That is
It is happening right now. It is, and he's just like, it adds with the movement. Like he knows exactly what he's doing, and then when you see it happen, you're like, oh yes, that's what he would do. That's what he would do.
The cinematography around it, you could tell the CGI is so like next level, and it's just, I love the slow motion aspect of it, and seeing how fast the suit's coming in real time. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That is really cool. So,
and keep in mind, this is during a time in Robert Downey Jr.'s life where if I'm not mistaken, and I don't want to say this in distaste if Robert ever hears this, I mean, it'd be great, but I do believe he took up a lot of doing martial arts on the side as something in his life to help with himself with what he had going on in his life, prior to. I think he learned to get spiritual with himself and get busy doing like farming, and him and his wife got into a lot of stuff. Yeah. And one of the healthy habits he picked up to keep him out of doing what he had done before was martial arts. And I mean, you're not seeing a ton of martial arts in this, but you're seeing they're utilizing him at his age where he can still do it. And they said, let's make this more of an action movie because you're doing this.
Well, doing those movements like this.
And as you see later, the moves that he does on people and the stuff that all the stuff.
Yep.
He's having a good time making this movie with things that he's just got done learning about how to use his body, which is, and as he's gotten older, we don't see it as much, but he's an older guy now, as compared to this time. We forget how long ago this movie was, and it's like,
he still looks good for it.
He still looks great. Yeah. But like all these stunts and the things that you're seeing where you do get to see, I can tell that's really Robert doing it. This is, he's at prime peak in his body here. Like he's in great shape. He's having a good time with all these moves that he's learned to do, and just taking it back from her right there. It's some of the coolest stuff. Yeah, so just keep that in mind when you're watching this. All throughout, even during the bad times of this movie, I have no problem with any of the action scenes, except one action sequence I have an issue with. But it's not necessarily the action as it is what's happening. But other than that, the action is great in this film. It's great. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about that as we go, but yeah.
All right, so I guess we've gotten to the
score of this, huh?
What is your score?
So I'm gonna give you what you said about S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll take a point away because of the S.H.I.E.L.D. thing, since you were generous enough to put a point on because of remembering all this other cool stuff. So I'm gonna give it 8 out of 10.
Okay.
So it was a 9.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I originally had this as a 5, but I forgot that Batman meets Tony Stark scene in this first act, and I will say that is a personal favorite of mine throughout this whole movie, is that he utilized those type of capabilities. So, and I did concede a little bit to the address reveal now that I see it from a different perspective. So I'm giving it a 6 out of 10.
Fair. That's fair. That's how this is gonna go, folks.
All right. I will read the Act 2 then.
Okay.
Let's see. The Man Without the Suit, guys. Act 2. Stranded without resources or armor, Tony investigates the Mandarin threat with the help of a young boy in Tennessee and uncovers that the attacks are actually orchestrated by Aldrich Killian using the extremist virus. Killian is revealed to be the true mastermind, using the Mandarin persona as propaganda while experimenting with unstable super soldier technology. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts is kidnapped and injected with extremis, becoming unstable but also enhanced. Tony learns he must rely on intellect and improvisation rather than suits to survive and uncover the truth. So for this, Ike, what worked for you?
Whew.
There was a lot in this, and there's even a part that I'm realizing. I did write it down, actually. But anyways.
So I think we made somewhat of a little bit of a mistake. Well, maybe not.
It's probably how this is worded, the act's broken down.
I was going to say the thing with the Pepper thing, I I think that's more of an Act 3 problem, right? Because we don't learn about Pepper being tested and doing that until Act 3. So I'm going to save until we get to Act 3 to talk about that, because that might be my biggest problem with the movie. Because this second act I like a lot. So what worked for me?
Yeah.
I like taking him out of his element and putting him somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
The kid situation, when I first saw this movie, I didn't like. I actually wasn't a fan of, but this time it actually works real well.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of comedic moments here. But what I like about this movie is this is where Shane Black shines the best, is this becomes a mystery, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a hard mystery, though. Like, we get it. We know AIM is behind it. It's not a big, he shows up, shows the big brain, does all this stuff. We know he's the bad guy, okay? We don't know to what extent of being the bad guy he is, but he's the bad guy, right? Alaric is. And now we're just watching Tony figure this out as he goes. And I love this stuff. I like this you are down now without your suit, because this actually is something that he kind of has to go through in order for Spider-Man to work.
Mm-hmm.
Because he literally says to Peter, and that is like, if you can't be nothing without the suit, kind of thing. I can't remember the exact words. What did he say? Do you have the exact words? I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but it sounded great. You know what I mean? He's like, the idea is you're more than that suit.
He asked Peter. Peter said, I'm nothing without the suit.
Yeah.
And then Tony says, well, that's the problem.
Yep. And this is where he learns this himself, right? And I think that that's good. I think that works. I think the bad guys find him too fast there, but I know they're there for another reason. He ends up being there. It kind of seems, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Jarvis did set that he was going to go there anyways, so it wasn't too convenient. That. There is a reason why he's there. It just was kind of okay.
Oh no, I meant convenient as in that the bad guys were there at the same time he was there.
Oh, the same exact time.
Yeah.
Yes,
The widow there was confused,
Yeah.
thought that Tony wasn't called her, and it turns out no.
But this is Shane Black's kind of writing. He does this often in his movies. And right now in this act, it still makes sense to me. It's okay. It's fine. Because the action scenes we get in there are freaking awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good emotional stake here for Tony, and we start seeing it. I love when he lands in there and he's like laying in the suit, and he's like, open up, and it opens up and he gets out, because I think he doesn't want to get trapped in it if it stops working, right?
And I love Jarvis saying, I think I'm going to sleep now.
Yeah.
It's like, I know I'm powering down, so this is how
I'm going to sleep now. Yeah. And you know what? I always thought it was silly that he was going to fix things in that little hut and like do that. But then I realized it's not as silly as it felt before. Because he was in a cave before.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, at least this was a garage. Just had stuff in it. Like he's got the suit, he's got stuff. It's got heat. Tony can get out. He can figure this out. So it's no wonder he can figure out how to charge this thing and get it to work. And it's, even if he does get this suit to work, it's not even a suit that works real well, right? Like he's having a hard time with this one, which is I think a funny through line all the way through, to be honest. Where are we at with that? Yeah. Pepper getting kidnapped and all that stuff. I mean, obviously, we knew this was coming. All this was kind of cookie cutter, but I'm fine with all that stuff, to be honest with you. I got no problem with all that. I do like, I know this kind of goes back to the first act real quick, but I just remembered it because you mentioned Jarvis. When he's underwater after his home falls in, I like that it's the suit that saves him, where the hand comes off and then grabs him and pulls him up out of the rubble.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's cool.
Some genius stuff.
That is cool.
Like, yeah.
I forgot about that. So you mentioned, I'm like, oh, yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah. I'm going to save a couple of the things for what happens between him and this kid, because it's going to be on our questionnaire. So I don't want to spoil that later. So I'm going to skip a few of the things I was going to say there. But what I do like is Shane did a great job in making this movie more just about Tony. Mm-hmm. In this act, one of my favorite things is he has that hidden gun in his sleeve when he's coming up to him and he blasts him with not the gun, but the hidden charge, like the Iron Man charge. I don't know, whatever he had. It was like a sliding thing out of his hand. I'm not sure what you call such a thing, but yeah.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite scenes in this act is the van scene when he's hacking into the van and like that guy opens up and this guy's like a hardcore, like scary kind of like a tattoo,
stalkerish. Like,
but Tony handles it so well.
He does so good. Yeah.
He's like, all right, it's like he's just saying we got to be quiet about it. Yeah. Like, it's just a great awkward scene. Yeah, I enjoy that a lot. It's a lot of laughs.
Yeah.
And I like Alec playing this almost bad guy. You know, he's coming to be this. He's turning into the bad guy. I think he's doing all right. You know, he's not the main bad guy because the Mandarin is, right? Which we haven't even talked about that yet.
Yeah. Well, okay.
About what we like of that. But let's wait until we get there because once we start on that, we're going to be on it for a while. So because we could talk about all the Mandarin stuff up until now, but I think we'll just talk about the Mandarin in general when we get to that moment.
Becomes more of the yeah, I get it.
So that's what worked for me for sure. I kind of already said what didn't work in a way and all that too. So why don't you go ahead and what worked for you and what didn't work for you, and maybe if I feel like it, I'll see if I can help it along here.
I was going to say that the Mandarin twist is an act 2.
It is an act 2.
It is. I wanted to make
so we can get right into it then.
But, let me do what worked for me.
Yeah, let's
start on a positive note, and then a negative before we get to a standout. That way it's kind of like we're kind of softening the blow a little bit.
Yeah, no, I understand.
All right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
What worked for me is I wrote down here reconstructing the crime scene, but that was in act 1. What did work for me for this, I loved, like you said, I mimic a lot of what you said for what you loved about it. Taking Tony out of his element of all of his super expensive stuff that's around him and getting back down to the grassroots of things. It's almost reminiscent without the sense of life or death for him of the cave thing, where he's not in that fight or flight mode, so to speak, although there is a little bit of that with his PTSD going on. But he's out of the element where he doesn't have the fancy stuff around him and he has to recharge his suit and figure out what to do, things like that. And it's, if anything, him being out of his environment is a little therapeutic for him, I feel, because he's communicating with a kid the kid's learning about PTSD through him. And he does well with kids. And you can tell a little bit of how his intellect is a little bit that he could get along with them. He talks to him like a normal human being, not as down as a kid type thing. But yet he still has that human nature about him. I love all his scenes with the kid were really, really good.
Yeah.
And the action for this was really good too. I liked when the action happened and the woman shooting at him. And then I tell you, if you were a child watching this, some of that stuff would be a little scary with the stuff.
They go intense.
When they blow up, when they get red and just evil looking, wow.
Yeah, it looks good.
It is very good and very well done.
It's very scary, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, to that degree. So when I'm watching this, I'm like, ooh, this is a new element for Tony. And I liked it. I thought that worked really well for it. It kind of raised the stakes a little bit on what this thing is he's fighting, other than the Mandarin himself type thing. Is he's fighting against this virus thing that they're infecting people with to make. And I didn't realize it until I was listening to or reading about that. This is like a new version, that super soldier serum. People are trying to replicate that all the time.
Yeah.
I love the idea of Extremis being something where it's more of a medical thing, where someone who doesn't have a limb can grow it back. It's almost like what Dr. Connor does in Spider-Man, where he takes lizard DNA because they could grow back a limb and he becomes the lizard, but this is just more of a brain thing that's not a DNA sequence. It's more filling in a gap that's in your brain. As Aldrich says in the movie, there's like a slot that needs to be filled. And that's where we could fill it to make the brain generate itself, basically. I like that concept. I think that's kind of cool.
It's interesting.
I also liked that this is very sporadic. If you put it into someone and it doesn't work out well, they just explode.
You're right. Yeah.
And then some people can actually take it and use it. So, and it's sporadic because you can't tell who is going to adapt to it, who's not going to adapt to it. So, that's something that when we get into Act 3 with the Pepper thing later on is something I wanted to actually congratulate them on how they're able to handle that, to be honest. Even though I would have done it a little differently, it was a swing, and they knew in the writing how it was going to pay off. So I really shouldn't give it to them too much. But anyways, that stuff worked for me. Tony kind of like acting like a spy, so to speak, and then figuring out what Bruce Wayne would have done is that, this is what happened here at this scene. And actually the scene's playing in the background right now of at the memorial, figuring out where was the bomb, who was the bomb, what the shadows mean. And it's all coming together. And he's able to compare that with Happy's scene. That was really cool.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
Now, what didn't work for me, and I think this is, unless you have you already said what didn't work for you.
Yeah.
Right?
Mostly.
Yes. Yeah. So my biggest thing for this was the Mandarin twist. And I thought when I was going to watch this as a retrospective, knowing what's going to happen almost over a decade later, almost a decade later, I should say, because Shang-Chi came out in 2021 and this is 2013. I thought it would soften the blow a little bit and maybe not feel as bad as I felt at the time. Because I remember, man, this is one movie I remember going to the theaters and watching and walking out so disappointed. Once that twist was revealed, I completely forgot at that time the rest of the movie. I had no interest in seeing the third act of Iron Man 3 in the theaters. I sat there because I didn't know at that time, being so young that I was, you could just walk away from a movie in the middle of the movie. But now, if that had happened today and not knowing what was going to come down the pike, I would have walked out. Because that put such a sour taste in my mouth, this specific twist, that I didn't see Thor The Dark World, the next movie that came out, until it was over a month and a half in the theaters.
Oh, wow. It hurt you that bad.
Because I thought, what the heck are they going to do with the bad guy in this one? And then, surprise, surprise, I actually liked it, guys. So, for Thor. But this, I was looking more forward to Iron Man 3 for the Mandarin in particular than I was for Iron Man. Because, like I've already said to you guys before, personally, my personal taste is Iron Man's not on the top of my list for the Avengers characters. But the Mandarin I had known from the comics. He is one of those characters that even characters like Storm from the X-Men have fought against the Mandarin. Like, he is, and I knew a lot about his lore and things like that. So I was looking forward to his actual 10 rings and seeing that mythical superpower side, and someone like Iron Man fighting someone like that. How would that work? And it's actually funny that I'm talking about this now because they just recently in Marvel explored in the MCU tech and magic and what they would look like combined and fighting against each other. But it took them to Phase 6 in order to start talking about that. Whereas this was the point I thought they were gonna, and I over expected that.
Gotcha.
And so that's what really let me down. The moment that it was this actor with two prostitutes, or whatever the politically correct term is for these ladies.
Women of the night.
Women of the night, yes. That, I was like, I'm done. And when I watched this, I remembered those feelings. And that's what made it harder for me to rewatch this movie.
Oh, no.
To be honest, it was so bad for me personally.
So it's still there.
So part of it is still there. It's softened the blow because I know what's going to happen. Let me read to you exactly what I wrote down, because I wrote this down as I was watching it to remember.
Ooh, so it's raw. Okay.
So, the Mandarin twist still hurts. At the time of the release, this is the scene that made me despise the movie. I was young and wasn't paying attention at all to the small details of the story and filming. I just wanted to see the Mandarin, and as I knew him fight Iron Man, I was more excited for that than I was drastically disappointed. Now, with this retrospective and seeing justice to the Mandarin and Shang-Chi, This feels like visiting the grave of a high school bully for me, meaning the feelings of what I experienced were still there, but even with the understanding of what comes later, I feel like it could have been done differently to avoid this mistake. I will be honest when it comes to this part, and I noticed it when I was researching the background of the movie and then seeing what we're going to talk about later for the post-credit scene. I see the real-world political aspect of Disney saying you can't use the Mandarin because of his name. And they overcompensated it with extra Chinese promotion and having its own special scene and some of these other things. I think it was a way for them not to alienate the Chinese market, which, by the way, guys, Chinese market rarely lets in Hollywood movies. And when they do, there's probably 5 or 6 a year at most that ever go into the Chinese market. So they do it to themselves, to be honest. They said no to Shang-Chi. And to be honest, they should have said yes, because that didn't disrespect China whatsoever. But
that's what you get when you have that kind of level of censorship out of your government, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, and also it just, I feel like that Disney has gotten proof now that you could, like Spider-Man No Way Home, you could release I know that's a Sony property. I'm just saying, guys, you can release
it's Marvel.
Movie.
Just it says Sony.
It's still
Sony
Marvel.
watched them make it. That's all it was. Anyway.
Yeah. It's, you can release a movie and not have it go into the Chinese market like No Way Home did and still make over $1 billion. That movie almost pushed $2 billion. No Way
that's
Home.
right.
And that was without Chinese money.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. I think that that's what happened. The real world politicalness of that. You can't make the Mandarin and make him your bad guy because of the look it could give to a certain demographic. And I think that they were kind of put into a corner. They wanted to use the Mandarin, but at the same time, they couldn't use the Mandarin. The obvious answer for me would have been, don't even use the Mandarin at all then. Just save him for later or never. I would have rather had you never had him in this movie than to do the way you did.
Okay.
But I will admit, it did make a great twist later on for the Shang-Chi movie that wouldn't have been, it could have been a little bit of the same way, but not hitting home for us the way it did for the Shang-Chi movie, which I appreciated. So that's my 2 cents on the Mandarin and why this is a hard movie for me, guys. So
we are almost opposite on this subject. Yeah. I'm going to say right now, first of all, let's talk about while he does pretend to be the Mandarin.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I agree.
If he was the Mandarin and it was they didn't do the twist,
yep,
it was great stuff, man.
I love it.
Boy, I love that when he's like, I'm going to shoot this guy in 30 seconds and he calls, he's still like, of course he doesn't really shoot him, but like, he does, makes you think he does.
Intimidating.
Yeah, he's great. Ben Kingsley, y'all. Woo-wee. He does a great job in this.
Yes.
I have to tell you, I think this twist of Mandarin is actually brilliant. I think this is exactly what should have been done, and I think it's exactly what they did. I can feel Sammy turning into one of those Heat guys right now.
The extremists is circling through my veins.
So here's why I say this, okay? I don't think politically at the time they didn't do it because of the Chinese market. I really don't. I think that they had an idea and they took a big swing on this idea. And the idea was, we're going to have the Mandarin, but we want to talk about like where the world is today and where it's going. And I actually will go on record saying, as much as this movie fails for me later, it's funny because you thought this was the later part, right? It's not. As much as this movie fails for me at a certain point, and I can't ignore that, which is funny because we were so opposite, but we're probably still going to land pretty close to the same, right? Which is strange, y'all. What it does do brilliantly, though, is it's ahead of its time and like what we're dealing with today. I think it's a masterclass on misinformation and propaganda and fear being used as a tool to get what you really want done, which is what we see a lot of our governments, even some of our own sometimes, doing today. It might not be the specific people, but there's people within our government doing it, and we see other governments doing it. And I think this speaks to that. It's like, we'll use this person or this situation somewhere in another part of the world that's going on as the threat while we're doing something else to you, right? And that's kind of something that we're more obviously happening in a post-COVID world. We feel that more so. You know, I mean, no disrespect to anyone out there who lost someone during COVID. It was a hard time. It was a scary thing. It was a real thing. But you were also very lied to about it by a lot of different stuff. You know, and I'm not discrediting that it was real. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is it was also very much. There's a lot of people who got rich off of that as well. That's a very true statement. For lying to you. To me, that's what this movie is doing. It's. And when he breaks that down, he literally breaks that down when he kind of gives, like, you know, the James Bond, this is what my whole plan was, you know, and he literally is. It's like, listen, I mean, they're all going to be worried about this when this is what's really going on. And I think I think using the Mandarin is brilliant. And why I say that is this simple fact. That I think even you, Sam, the heat, I can see it. You're turning red. Like, I can see that you're gonna blow up like this other guy. Like, it's gonna happen. But the truth is Iron Man was not that big of a character. It was actually quite a surprise that they used him as their first movie. And they used him as their first movie for that reason. Because if it wasn't going to work, we're not going to ruin our flagship characters. We'll do one that's not well known. Because he wasn't well known. He wasn't well liked. A lot of Iron Man comics weren't being picked up until after we got to the Avengers movie. Yep. Therefore, in my opinion, if you're going to take a big swing on a villain that is important to you as the comic book reader, but overall a pretty minute villain that you could go without for a long time. Not that they can't fix it. Like, in hindsight, they do something different. But I can see why they did that now and took that chance to get even taking the chance to get you mad. Because where you got mad at it, I think they thought there's 5 other people that don't even know who the hell the Mandarin is. And it's not going to matter. And I was one of them because I had no idea who the Mandarin was. I did not read an Iron Man comic book once in my life. Even after the Avengers, I still hadn't picked up an Iron Man comic book. And I remember actually having to ask you who the Mandarin was. And I was very surprised that you didn't like the movie, you know, for that reason, because there's other reasons I don't like it, but that's the one I was surprised. So with that said, I think I outnumber you. I think there's more of me than you. During that box office. Well, I mean, this was going to make the money anyway because Avengers was awesome.
Actually, you're right.
This movie could have really sucked, and they would have went anyways. I wouldn't say that, but I would say though, at this time in the Marvel history of the MCU and how obviously Iron Man's gotten way more popular now because of the MCU. At this time, there was more of me that didn't know anything about the Mandarin than there was more of the comic book guys that did. And we were the ones that were buying tickets too in droves because of Avengers.
You're right. That was a logical mistake that I played there.
So I don't want you to change your mind though, because you like that character and you need to feel passionate about that character. And I want you to hold on to that because it's important. But I do want you to know your character was not important enough to not do that too, unfortunately. I think that's what happened. You had a character you really liked, but it's like, but to the general public, the Mandarin doesn't mean shit.
That's true. I agree. I'll concede to that. Yeah.
And I think that's the problem.
That's part of the ownership that we take on some of these characters too. And I know when we talk about X-Men, we're going to do a lot of that personally between you and I, that we share everything exactly with these characters. It's because that we just love them so much, whether they're in the comic book iteration or the movie iteration, that seeing them done differently in any way or changing an aspect of them.
It's hard.
It's like, it's almost like we would rather you make a new character than just take a character we like and twist it.
Yeah, all I'm saying that if I have to sit through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sequels of Jurassic Park that suck, that messed up all my characters with that, then you can make it through Iron Man 3.
I get it. And you know what? I will give you props and appreciate how you were able to take a relatively recent historical thing for us and in this retrospective point it back to this when it comes to fake news and misinformation and who's telling you the truth versus not type thing. That is genius ahead of its time for that aspect.
It just so happened to be at the expense of one of your favorite characters.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's tough.
That's
tough.
That is tough, but it is genius on the writings end.
Do you realize how many Predator movies I watched where I felt that way every time?
Yeah.
Before we got to a good one again? I know how you feel. Yeah, no, I
sacrifice someone else.
Yeah. See, now, obviously, in hindsight, I bet Marvel feels that way, though. I bet they're kind of, man, I guess we wish we could have done a Mandarin thing better, which I think is why they are doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But at this time, we have, with the retrospective, it's tough because we have to also remember what's going on at this time. And at this time, this character was nothing to nobody.
That's true. But I agree with you there. I think that when they announced the Shang-Chi movie and that they said the real Mandarin is going to be there, I immediately in my head thought, they recognized they made a mistake in the third one.
That's right.
However, it was creatively done for people who didn't know about the Mandarin versus the people who did. For the people who did know about the Mandarin, this was their way of giving back to the fans and saying, we're going to do justice to that one character. And they delivered.
Because it was a mistake on purpose.
Yeah.
It wasn't we just messed this up. It was we had a good idea.
And it was nice for me as a fan to know they weren't throwing the character away forever.
Right.
They had a purpose of bringing him back and actually enriched his story, in my opinion, compared to the comics, where it complemented the comics and also elevated him for
Yeah.
I like that. So we'll get that one when we get there.
Dare I say, at this time, I still think they still had some doubt on how well this was going to keep working. I don't think they realized. I think what I'm trying to say is at this time, I still think they thought the failure was imminent and they just got to be careful. So anything's at expense as long as it's good, right?
Yeah.
And when I don't think they realized they were in the start of they could have gotten away with almost anything for a long time. They didn't have to worry, is what I'm saying. But they didn't know that till later. They're not going to know that till afterwards. Because from Avengers to Endgame is the golden age of everything of this. They could do no wrong. It was hit. And there's a couple that dipped a little, like the next one that we're going to talk about. Yeah. But it didn't dip of recent ones, right? Yeah. I'm talking like the golden age of Marvel is starting right now. Yeah. All the once you hit Guardians, it's just like a rocket ship. Guardians made them realize, we can just let's just do whatever the hell we want to do. Yeah. You know what I mean? Let's just do whatever the hell we want to do. You know what I mean? But I think at this time they're still being careful, so they weren't afraid to just take the chances and see what was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's after this. That's the problem. This twist happens, and all of a sudden this movie goes stupid. This movie's a very smart, fun mystery with great action, with an awesome, this awesome, unique meta perspective of misinformation and how to lead people a different way. And then the rest of this movie is dumb. It's we don't need to think no more, so we're just going to do stupid shit that make no sense and make it look good. And there's good things in there to see, but there's no more substance. Once the mystery's over, this movie's over. And I'm like, what happened?
That's true.
So I'll read Act 3 and let's get into it. We gotta. You're right.
Just a couple of things. We'll touch on them briefly, folks.
Yeah, sorry.
Right to Act 3, but did the pacing hold up for you in Act 2?
Yes.
Yeah, it did for me too. I did not lose my interest. Even though there were times where it was lagging a little bit, I kept my interest. Best character moment for you in Act 2?
Act 2, best character moment. I like when the reveal happens. I like seeing Ben Kingsley have fun with that part. I mean, I know it's if you take out what it was, just forget it for a second. Him going in and out, even when Tony's when he's talking to him and you see him going in and out of the character for fun, it's awesome. And it just shows how good of an actor Ben Kingsley is. It sells. They sell that well. That's that moment. So I'm going to give that to them.
To that when he's like, who is this guy again?
I'm gonna blow his head off. Yeah,
whoa. Then he starts the soccer game or something. He's like, dude,
Yeah. I love when Tony's like interrogating him and he falls asleep. Which is not us. Like,
That was funny.
Like, it's like the guy's so opposite of what we've been seeing. Like the absolute opposite of it. It's amazing what we're getting out of him, right? So like I have to give that to him. Like whether you like the twist or not, it was done very well. It was done very well. It just,
Well, for me, well, I was able to appreciate a little more, even though I still didn't like the twist, as I've thoroughly already explained to you guys. Now that I know what was happening, I was able to just watch him knowing he's Trevor Slattery, an actor type thing. And that made me laugh at those scenes and seeing what he was doing and make me think, okay, now let me examine this from his perspective.
Yeah.
He's an actor who's being paid to portray this character.
Yeah,
and
paid, held hostage. You kind of can't tell.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, right? Like,
exactly. But they're giving him anything he wants. Right. At the same time, he has to stay.
Like, I don't think they'd let him leave either.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? Like,
no. But he thinks this literally is all a movie. He said no one actually died.
Right.
And that is so interesting to me.
It's brilliant.
You're like, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. I'll admit that.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. So for me, the best character moment, honestly, was Iron Man personal story throughout the whole second act.
Mm-hmm.
It's just him, and I like the Batman meets Iron Man approach type thing.
Yeah,
I think that it's genius to tie in the PTSD thing and always figuring out a way to keep his mind busy by solving the mystery.
I agree.
I think that was really cool to mesh those together.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, so what's your score?
8 out of 10.
All right. So I'm going to kind of stay a little consistent with my feelings on this, guys. Prior
keep
to...
it honest.
Yes.
That's all I ask. Yeah, whether we argue about it or not. Like, I didn't want to change your mind. I just wanted to give you another perspective.
And I'm glad you did, and I appreciate that. So prior to knowing what they were going to do with Shang-Chi, I would have given this a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
But knowing what I know now of it and being able to understand it more, even though it still does sting to a degree, I'm giving it a 5 out of 10. So
it's fair.
Okay. Act 3, why don't you read it?
All right. So I'm just gonna say crap. No, hold on. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. We're gonna have a great this act is a tough one. So Tony launches the coordinated assault on Killian's oil rig base with multiple remote-controlled Iron Man suits. He works alongside James Rhodes to rescue the President and Pepper in the final battle. Tony confronts Killian directly and Pepper, now enhanced by Extremis, is that how you say it?
Yep.
Delivers the killing blow. Afterward, Tony destroys all of his Iron Man suits in a symbolic gesture, choosing to prioritize his life and relationship with Pepper over the armor.
Okay. Did the ending land for you?
No. Screw this ending. Can go right to hell.
Please.
What happened here? So let's go.
Okay.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say what I like first because it's not a lot.
Okay.
Rhodes is awesome in this final part. They finally give Don Cheadle a reason to be where he is. What an ass kicker, man. He's so good. He's fun. He's great. He's doing awesome. Without the suit, he's kicking a lot of butt. I love Rhodes. All the stuff he did. Fantastic. I won't take any of it back. And I'm going to say this again. All the action scenes are great. It looks good. The choreography's great. Love it. Story, though, this is a bag of dog shit. It just goes dumb. It's just, now we know who the Mandarin is. We know what's going on. And where do I begin, man? So, this Iron Legion that he has, okay? Where were these things the entire time? They're just sitting there waiting. At what point does it not occur to him when his house is being missiled by everything that he doesn't be like, I'm just going to, why am I worried about one suit to save my life? I'm about to drown. Just let the Iron Legion out to do what they're going to do then. Like, do the party protocol right then and there. Like, this is where this movie forgets about how smart the beginning is and ruins it for the rest of it. Because also, you literally come to kill Tony Stark, but your ultimate goal was to recruit him anyways? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That is dumb. Like, who thought? No one saw that in the script. No one's reading this thing and goes, wait a minute. You do realize that we attacked his home trying to kill him. Because there's no argument. There's zero argument you can give that, no, they weren't going to really kill him. No, they were killing him in that moment.
Oh, yes.
Like, that was what was happening. And then later on, hey, we need you. To the point where he literally murders the girl. Like, you know, this is how bad I need you. I'll kill her just to prove to you that I need you this bad. Because now, look, your girlfriend's got this. And if you don't help me, she's not going to make it anyway. Why did you try to kill him then in the first place? It's all of a sudden, they're just like, we're just going to forget all the smart.
I agree.
And let's just do all this bull crap. You know, then this thing with Air Force One, get out of here. The logic goes out the window. All of a sudden, the physics of it goes. Iron Man is based on physics. Like, the idea that he's as smart as he is and all the stuff that he can do. How is he telling these people in the air to grab each other's hands? People, I've never been skydiving before, ever in my life. Probably never will. Maybe I'll do it once someday. I don't know. I'm not in a hurry to do it. I'm just saying. Someone pays for it. Let's go. I'll do it with Tom Cruise. There you go. Only Tom Cruise. If you don't do it with me, then I'm not doing it. So anyways, but even looking at the behind the scenes or having any kind of idea of knowing what that is, you're not talking to each other out there when you're flying in the air like that. Like, he's just, okay, people, come on. And they're all like, these people are freaking out, man. They're falling out of the plane.
They're not comprehending.
They are not realizing that they're grabbing each other and look, we're making a chain. Look what's happening. I don't care who the hell you are. Half these people are dying from a heart attack anyways. I don't think you people understand what it probably is like to fall out of an exploding plane. I don't think it's as fun and casual as this movie makes it be.
They don't prep them for that.
All this stuff makes sense and is cool until now. Like, now we're going to look stupid? Like, what's going on here? Like, I just don't like this thing. I don't like that he calls the Iron Legion. And, of course it's now, when it should have been 3 different times in the movie. You know, and giving Pepper the powers I think was a complete mistake. I think that he should have made him think that he did, or he should have just had her hostage. The fact that he did it and and no offense to Gwyneth, I'm not saying you shouldn't have had your moment to shine, but I think it's out of place for her character. And it felt out of place for her character to be what she did at the end. And then, by the way, you know, I'll just figure this out and we'll reverse it and you'll be fine anyway. Like, what are the stakes here for real? What's going on? What are we watching? What is this bullshit, Sam? Like, it just bothers the hell out of me that they completely just decided to, okay, we're going to forget about everything that happened before this awesome twist or before all this smart fun, finding this mystery out, getting to where we're going to get. Now it's just going to be a stupid little action romp that makes no sense and just doesn't have any. I have a way better version. It still doesn't quite fix all this stuff, but I have a better way of even having this work better, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not a fan of how this turned out, to be honest with you. I think the plane sequence should have been thought out more so. I think they should have thought of a better idea of him saving their lives. I don't have a problem with that sequence in general. I just have a problem with it. Just was so unbelievable. And okay, yeah, guys, it's a superhero movie. We got things like the Hulk and all that, but you got to stay. The verisimilitude is what you call it. You have to stay believable in your own rules that you put in your movie. And I'm sorry, it just felt like a shoehorned. What if they're all falling? What if he comes up with this cool idea and does that? Yeah, let's do that. Throw all the money at it because it'll look cool because it's a big set piece. Forgetting that it's dumb. And it just doesn't sound like it works. Because up until then, everything sounded good. Like all the stuff you're doing was working. And then this isn't anymore. It's just all of a sudden it's not working anymore. And it goes right in all to the villain giving the stupid speeches. Oh my God, shut the hell up. Like it's like, no, this is where it gets all really weird to me. I'll tell you what I would have done with the movie, but I'm going to let Sammy take it over for a second so I can let my blood pressure come back down. Because I was ready to defend this movie to the death until after this happened. And I'm just like, shit. we're going to not like this movie for two opposite reasons.
I was just saying the same thing. Our scores for the movie are probably going to be very similar, just two different reasons.
Yep.
Okay. Did the landing land for me? No. The ending did not land for me, myself. The main thing that I wrote down here, I do agree with everything that you said about the plane scene. I thought that was cheesy. I thought that was illogical. When watching this thinking this felt like one
cringy.
of those, cringy. Best way to say it. Yeah, it felt like one of those, let's throw this into an old 90s comic book movie because why not? It looks fun.
Yep.
And they just had a bigger budget for it.
Yep.
So I completely agree with you there. What I didn't like about the ending personally, because they said that there was in what you read there, Tony destroys all of his Iron Man suits in a symbolic gesture, choosing to prioritize his life and relationship with Pepper over the armor. That's stupid. Why can't you have both? You're Tony frickin' Stark. I don't like it because...
Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. You just,
As I'm watching it, they're making it look like this magnificent fireworks going off type thing. Like it's a beautiful moment. Pepper's all, and Tony's like, this feels right. And I'm thinking, this is wrong.
All of a sudden he's over his PTSD and stuff. Why?
Like if this should have proven to you, Tony Stark, is that there's a bigger world that's still going to try to kill you.
This is why you make Ultron.
Yes. And you destroyed the thing you've been tinkering with the whole time, making all these really cool different suits to have this really cool epic battle at the end for that point of showing them off because you could do it and then just blow them all up. I hated that.
Well, here's a message for everybody out there real quick before you continue. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm fired up. Here's a message for you. I'm not a doctor, but I'll tell you right now, you don't cure PTSD with more trauma. That's all I'm saying. Where he's all of a sudden, okay, I'm going to get rid of all these suits. I'm cool with it. You know, after watching you burn to death for a minute.
Oh,
what are you talking? You don't cure this stuff with that. That doesn't go away. Oh my God.
That was so traumatic. Watching him saying, I will catch you, and then literally not, and you see her fall into this.
What a great opportunity for an awesome moment that they just shit on.
I was like, honestly, I thought that should have been the end for her. It should have been the end for her. And not because, I know they use the extremists because she's still alive and all that stuff, and now she's Super Pepper.
Yeah.
But
Super Pepper?
yeah.
Super Pepper.
Like,
woo!
I was just like, oh,
so sad. It's like watching a car accident.
It was more sad that she survived than it was that he watched her die. It was so sad. Anyways, that landing did not end for me. I can appreciate personally a big set piece of just nothing but action and have fun with it. And I only took that for the suits and what they did. I thought that was kind of cool. I was for all this. I agree with you that it probably should have happened earlier in the movie, him saying, I had this Iron Legion in my back pocket. Why is my home?
Oh, you mean when he's about to drown?
Yeah, but
like I'm about to die. What other thing? They're missiling my home. Isn't what these are here for. Like, I just don't understand.
It's like he's thinking in the back of his brain, this isn't
did he forget about him? And he's like, wait a minute. This whole time, I'll just call the army of things I have. They'll be here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, like a huge army of suits.
It takes a whole charging his suit and waiting out there mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He could have just called another one. So stupid.
See, I would forgive the part where he's in the small town. He couldn't call it.
It's somewhat forgivable.
Because he couldn't connect with Jarvis until it was so much percentage full. And by that point, he's being rescued. He's driving away. He's with Rhodey on the boat.
Yeah.
I'll forgive that part.
But still, if you had that in your back pocket, you're not waiting to the last second.
Yeah.
Right, it's like you're not gonna rely on the suits flying from Tennessee to get on your arms when you're tied up to a bed.
Yeah,
you're just gonna call the rest of them because why not? Or why not call the rest of them when there's people falling out of Air Force One?
Yeah,
Like, what the hell? Maybe that'd be the best time to have the Legion show up. What are we going to do? There's like 20 people in here. Don't worry. When they all come out, it's like, that'd have been way better.
That would have been the time.
That'd have been way better. Yeah. It's like, I mean,
have them all get into Iron Man suits and then pop them off.
That'd have been sick.
Yeah.
But then we wouldn't have got this spectacular bullshit at the end of bullshit. Like,
yeah. So, long story short, the ending did not land for me. There were a couple of big issues there. And yeah, the Super Pepper thing definitely was an issue for me myself. I wrote on here, isn't the worst thing that they did, but it reminded me when I was watching it of Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi trilogy, when Doc Ock is fighting Peter Parker, or Spider-Man there, and Mary Jane decides in one brief moment to be fearless and grabs something to hit him in the head, and he sees it coming and he knocks her away and be like, oh, there's your heroism, whatever the female word of hero is. That's her moment.
Heroine.
Yeah, there it is. But this time, they just amplified it for Pepper. Throwing a good punch. I will say that she did throw a good punch. And I loved her line where she said, that was really violent. Like, the virus has taken over and it's made her do all the super crazy cool stuff, whatever.
Yeah, where'd she learn it?
Yeah, that's impressive. How she learned to jump, do that,
all of a sudden
to the ground. Then she's like, I didn't know I could do that type of thing. Be like,
yeah, was this the Matrix? What are you talking about, lady?
I did put, it's a miracle she didn't explode because this film proves you have a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
And part of me was waiting, even in the retrospective, waiting for a moment where she got too hot to blow up. But anyways, was the climax earned for me? I wrote down here, for the story, it was earned. I just don't like the story. But honestly speaking, after talking this through, I don't think the climax was there for me. No.
I know you're trying. You're doing real good.
I really was trying.
You're trying to give it its
I was
props.
trying to separate the climax from the ending, but
it sucks.
The ending and the climax are the same thing.
Yeah. There's
no other climax in here except for how the ending landed, and they did not land it well. So no, the climax wasn't earned for this.
Yeah, I have trouble not being passionate about how it bothered me.
You know why I didn't land the climax itself wasn't earned for me, was exactly what you said earlier. PTSD is now cleared.
Yeah.
It's cured, guys. All you have to do...
go through something worse.
And then destroy one of the best things you ever invented, an Iron Legion. Yeah.
I understand the letting go of the things that make you feel safe helps in curing PTSD, but that doesn't mean you go out and you go through something worse to get there. Like, you know what I mean? Like that is, I can see that being a step of first of all, there's no cure to PTSD, by the way. It's just something you're going to live with the rest of your life, dealing with those things. It's how you deal with it. And him letting go of the suits is technically something they would want to see. That is a healthy thing for him to do. But not after what he just got going through again. Like, he just went through more life or death. You know, it's no, you need just more therapy, dude, for a while.
Well, plus the character inconsistencies of future iterations of him after this movie.
Yeah, it's like this never happened.
This movie makes it end. No, this is what I'm going to get at. This movie ends with making it sound like his PTSD is cured. But then you see in Age of Ultron, it's not cured. He's seeing what's going to happen. He's being plagued by it all over. That's why he builds Ultron. That's why in Civil War, he's for the government being part of it because we need to be reined in because there's something else out there. And if we don't get our crap together, maybe this is the way to do it. That's why in Infinity War, he does the things that he does there. And he finally gets confronted with the thing that's been plaguing him since the first Avengers movie. This is where the character inconsistency happens.
And
it's in this movie.
Yep, they messed it up hard.
It's like they tried to complete his arc in Iron Man 3, forgetting that he's now part of a bigger universe of Avengers 2, Avengers 3 and 4, and all the stuff that's happening in between.
Yeah, and that's why you don't see a lot of Pepper in Age of Ultron. Because they don't know what to do with the characters anymore. They want us to forget that he retired, basically. We start right out with Age of Ultron with them in battle, and he's got a suit. Like, wait a minute, I thought he was done.
And not just a suit, he has an Iron Legion of Ultron suits.
That's right.
Be like,
What?
And he has a Hulkbuster suit in that one. Be like, didn't you just destroy everything?
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, it took him a year to make all that stuff. It was kind of a little... That's the part where I was a little like, But anyways,
I can jump over
I
those
can forgive
hurdles
that part
because it's Tony Stark. Who knows? You know what I mean?
It is. If he's tinkering every night, he's probably making an Iron Man
he's
suit
sleeping like 2 hours a day. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah.
He probably has it already down to a science. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
So, what's your score for Act 3? And I changed mine because of the climax part. It's okay.
Do I have to score? Yeah. Because there's a handful of things I like, and because later when we do our questionnaire, I do see a way that you could have at least improved it, but wouldn't have made it a perfect movie. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 10. It's garbage.
Okay.
It's when you go deviate that far from, when you can go as far as you start negating the stuff that was good in the movie, you're going to get me on your ass, man. Like, no way. It's one thing to not stay as creative and get a little slow and dumb, but it's another to take stuff away from what you've already done an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
That bothers me.
Yeah.
That's somebody not paying attention to what they're making.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I gave it a 5 out of 10. I was going to give it a 7 until that it hit me. Was the climax really earned? No, it wasn't earned. And so, yeah.
That's very generous.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I like how we are like the opposites on things. It's so strange. You never know where it's going to go, guys.
Exactly. This is so fun. All right. Oh, here it is. Post-credit scenes. Fine. We're getting to the end, guys, before we do our deep dives. So I will read to you the mid and alternative mid-credit scene, because this movie had different versions depending on where you watched it.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I remembered that when I was doing my notes, and I thought I have to make sure this is included, because that's what it leads back to my theory of why they nerfed the Mandarin the way they did.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I bet you if I did a quick Google search, and ladies and gentlemen, please comment below if this is accurate or not. I bet you this is one reason why they were like placating to the Chinese market, in my opinion. But they already promised the world the Mandarin, and this is what they get. Anyways, so mid-credit scene that everyone in the world except for China saw. At a clinic, Tony recounts the entire story to Bruce Banner, who is half asleep and uninterested, revealing he has been his therapist, quote-unquote, during the events. Banner admits he fell asleep because he's, quote, not that kind of doctor, unquote. And then the alternative mid-credit scene, the only China got to see, guys. The Chinese release of Iron Man 3 contained an alternate extended cut featuring roughly 4 minutes of extra footage exclusive to mainland China, which was heavily focused on Dr. Wu, played by Wang Jiyu, and his assistant, Fan Bingbing. Differences in the Chinese version, the alternate scene. These scenes showed Dr. Wu preparing to operate on Tony Stark and discussing the surgery with his assistant, Fan Bingbing. The scenes were widely criticized for featuring blatant product placement, including Dr. Wu drinking a local milk drink, and additional shots of Chinese electronic brands like TCL. A scene features Dr. Wu talking on the phone in his Beijing office, with a television in the background showing school children cheering for Iron Man. While international versions featured Dr. Bruce Banner scene, the Chinese theatrical version ended without that post-credits stinger, ending instead with the Chinese music and the DMG Entertainment logo. These extra scenes were designed to bolster the film's appeal in China, which co-financed the film through DMG Entertainment. It's all making sense, folks. So, this is the first post-credit, mid-credit scene that I was, I think, a little hard on for the scoring, but we'll get to the reason why. What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
Yeah, they both suck.
Honestly, yes.
So let me calm it down a little bit. They don't suck, but the one definitely does give you a lot of merit to your Chinese situation. I'm going to speak on that one first. I like that they get rid of Tony's arc reactor. I know it's a very controversial thing. I'm actually all for that part of it. That isn't a problem to me at all. I'm actually surprised they haven't done it earlier. But that's fine to me. And I think the one with Bruce Banner, I think it's funny. But these are the first time, other than in Avengers, this is the first time we get 2 post-credit scenes in one of those standalone movies that really don't mean shit going forward. And to me, that's kind of a wasted opportunity. So it's hard to rate it.
Yeah.
You know,
I actually was a little more generous on the rating, to be honest.
Yeah.
For it, to be honest. The purpose mainly was to show that Tony doesn't need the arc reactor to live anymore.
Yeah.
How important is the MCU? I wrote not very. It's a cool personal post-credit scene, but I actually prefer the Chinese one over the Bruce cameo because that at least had something with the story for Iron Man as opposed to just reconfirming that Mark Ruffalo's going to say the Hulk, basically. That was the only thing that people got out of it is that, he's going to stay now.
Yeah.
You know? So I get that. What was your hype level for this?
It's a 0. There's nothing to look forward to.
Anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I initially wrote 50%, folks, but what am I looking forward to? It really is a 0.
The one's funny, and the other one would be more more dramatically cool. But when it comes down to it doesn't make you go, oh, what's next? It's like, okay, hey, what the hell? Yeah, cool.
So of a score of 10?
Yeah, it's like a 2.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that too. All right, guys, we're going to get into our deep dives now. We're nearing the end of the podcast. Thank you for sticking with us. And now we're going to get into some nitty gritties on certain aspects of the movie besides the overall film. All right. So casting performances. Who is your best performance?
Yeah, easy. Robert Downey Jr. in this one.
Yeah.
It's some of the best stuff he's done as Iron Man. Which I hate. It sucks that it is, though, guys. Let me take that back. It's not some of the best stuff he's done as Iron Man. I'm sorry, but it's so far in the MCU. It's some of the best he's done so far. Let's be clear, because the best he's done is in Civil War. But let's continue.
Yes, I agree. Actually, I very much agree. Most surprised. Mine's the same, by the way. Most surprising performance for you?
Ben Kingsley. Because when they do that switch and he goes, I was like, it just blew me. I'm like, yes, this is why this guy's who he is. Yep. The switch and all that scene, that whole scene is great. Yeah.
I put Ty Simkus. He is the kid.
Oh, yeah.
He plays the kid Harley.
Yep. Good kid. Yep.
I thought
wasn't annoying.
Exactly. That's the problem with child actors.
Yep.
To be honest, is that some of them can be very annoying. And he wasn't annoying. And he's still acting today, which proves that he has acting chops that continued on after this. He wasn't a one or done type thing, because not all child actors even grow into becoming actual actors later on, like adult actors, I should say. Weakest performance for you?
Guy Pearce. And it sickens me to say, because I've seen other movies of his, and I would always recommend people to watch something of his. But when I watch this, I'm like, oh, poor dude. He maybe just needed the money. I don't know what's going on. I'm not saying he did a bad job. It's written awful for him.
Yeah.
He's a great actor. There's moments in it he is good. I love him in the beginning of it. And I do like his suave kind of the start of what he is. But then you realize this isn't going to go anywhere. And it's okay. It's all it's going to be. And at the end, it just wasn't believable, all the bullshit that he was doing. And when you're mad and you're yelling, but you're all CGI and red, you take the acting out of it, And so the Guy Pearce for sure. I mean, Gwyneth was, I think, my next choice. But it's only because I don't like what they did with her, so I had to remember that.
Yeah.
So I'm okay. She didn't do bad with what she had. So I wasn't going to give it to her, so I had to give it to the guy.
I'm in complete agreement with both of you said. I originally, when I was writing my thing up, I wrote Don Cheadle only because I forgot about his scene in the last act. He was really good as just Rhodey, and it was refreshing to see. So I had to cross him off because he wasn't the weakest performance. But Guy Pearce and Gwyneth Paltrow were my two, and if I would label them exactly how you labeled them, Guy first, and then Gwyneth only because we just didn't like what they did with her. But her acting for it was not
fine.
The problem. Yeah. All right. Casting wins or misses for you?
So this is where I'm going to give Don Cheadle his flowers, because this is where, okay, now your roads. I believed it in Iron Man 2, But now there's no going back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can't recast Rhodes now. It can't happen. He's got to stay because I loved him in this. And he almost was my surprising performance, but I had to give that to Ben Kingsley. But yeah, no, I would say Ben Kingsley's the next one there. I think he's a great cast, but I really have to say that Rhodes, this has solidified him as him. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don Cheadle. Sorry, I keep forgetting his name. Sorry, Don. It solidifies that, and it really does a good job doing that.
Yeah. My casting win was Ben Kingsley.
Yeah.
The moments where he was portraying the Mandarin it exceeded my expectations of what they could have done with the Mandarin. If it wasn't for the stinger at the end, that's just a personal thing for me. But his acting in it, very good. And especially even the retrospective, like what you mentioned earlier, for the most surprising performance, he did great being able to go in and out of different characters.
Yeah, it's just so fun to watch.
To play an actor and also play a terrorist, very good to do. Like, very, very cool and funny. Just a natural type funny.
Yeah, he is very funny. Yeah. Oh my!
And honestly, he gets better when you get to the Wonder Man show. I loved him in the Wonder Man show. Anyways, missed opportunities, wasted potential for either the cast, characters, or story.
See, it's so complicated.
Yeah.
I
mean,
should I save what I would have done writing this for the hot takes or later, or should I put it under this here and say it here?
What you would have done for the writing,
like what I would change about this movie to make it better.
Let's save that to the very end,
okay?
Because we have that alternate version, what you would do differently after our score.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got to tell you, missed opportunity is the whole last act of this movie.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one thing out of all of that, all the garbage. Let me sort through it. Hold on. No, dog shit. Oh, okay. I'd say the Iron Legion could have been utilized differently and better.
Okay.
If I had to pick something.
There you go. Everyone knows what mine is. I really didn't have to say it out loud.
Yep.
All right. Here's some good stuff. Direction and production.
So the director's great. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. I think the thing about Shane Black, I'm going to say it right now, his movies are either awesome or they suck. I've never seen a Shane Black movie where I'm like, that was okay. I've seen Shane Black movies that I put on some of the best movies ever made. Lethal Weapon, The Predator. You know what I mean? Oh, no, that was McTiernan. I'm sorry. Shane Black, Lethal Weapon, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, The Nice Guys. These movies are awesome, and he's great in them. But when he does a bad movie, The Predator, I'm sorry. And there's a couple other movies I'm not going to get into. God awful, just garbage, trash dumps. When he decides to fly it into the building, he flies it straight into the building. And I don't understand that. I've never seen a director do this for me. And I mean, all respect to you, guy, or Shane, but it's like, you either just give us nothing but a dumpster fire, or it's a beautiful house. And I just don't know why there's no middle ground. There's no middle ground. But I will say, you know what you're doing. That's why I'll give you your flowers for it. Yeah, it's great. And same with the cinematography. I think this movie's got some of the best that we've seen in the MCU, cinematography-wise, because it looks good, because the action, I'll go right to that, is fantastic. The CGI looks good, and we're continuing this, hey, we can make good music for these movies, guys. Yeah. So the music actually plays real well. The choice of songs in the movie was perfect. The choice of the instrumental music in the background was good. I think they hit, I think the movie was made well. I don't think that's any of the problem, right? So, I mean, how do you feel about it?
Would you agree with my honest opinion I wrote on here? This is one of the best made Marvel films thus far. Shame it had a crappy story.
100%. Yeah, it's one of the better. Yeah. Yep. 100%. I wish some of this action was in Avengers. Like, just style-wise.
Yeah, but I agree. Yeah,
but not that it takes away from Avengers. Avengers is great, but could you imagine if that was a little, more? That'd be kind of cool.
All right. So hot takes. I wrote down 2 for me, guys, and
you go first.
I I've been deciding, should I say both of them? Should I just say one of them? And one of them, I kind of feel bad after I wrote it, and I thought, I don't know exactly how this feels like. I could know how this feels like more than me. If you read them already. Let's see. So I'll just read them out loud, and you guys tell me in the comments below, am I wrong? Am I not wrong? And feel free to chastise me if you think I am. So the first hot take I'll give is Iron Man 3 shows the potential of what could have been the best Tony Stark story, only to be treated like the undeserving spoiled stepchild. When it got stuff right, it blew me away. When I got stuff wrong, it was comparable to passing a kidney stone. I can't speak to personal experience for that. Ike can, though, unfortunately. He has undergone that horrendous pain. But this is the closest I could feel of it for right now. I'll tell you when I have a kidney stone if this was comparable. Anyways, my second hot take was Incredible Hulk movie may have been an unintentional poor quality of a film, but Iron Man 3 is a tall disappointment for not fulfilling promises and repeating tropes of the past.
Yeah.
Those are my two hot takes on this movie.
So it's funny because it's like your mind melded with me. The hot take I remember typing up in my notes, and my hot take was The Incredible Hulk is a better movie than this movie.
Wow. See, when I got done with my review form, guys, I had to rewatch the Incredible Hulk episode that Ike and I did to see why I did my scores and really nitpick it, because I kept thinking, there's no way I gave this a lower score than Incredible Hulk. But they're about the same.
At least The Incredible Hulk doesn't backtrack on itself and ruin itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I get that.
Like, there's things that happen in Incredible Hulk that we don't like, and it ends where it began, so the movie kind of didn't even happen.
Yeah.
But, like, nothing in it, though, contradicts what comes before in it as it's going. This movie does a great job of being awesome and then crapping all over itself. It's like, it's like going to, it's like going out on a nice night out and you meet someone and they're beautiful and you're having a great time and you're dancing and you're doing awesome and everything's perfect. And you go home and they're just the ugliest thing you ever saw in the world. It's like, what happened?
Oh,
like, who got in the taxi with me that wasn't the person I was dancing with? It's like, that's what this movie makes you feel like. It feels like there's a promise and then it just did not deliver.
No. All right. So those are our hot takes. We're almost done, guys. Quick fire questions. Answer fast. Don't overthink.
Oh, shoot. I don't know if I'm even ready for these.
Best scene of the movie.
Best scene of the movie? I didn't write these down. Unfortunately, I came unprepared, folks, today. But my best scene of the movie, I'm gonna, without overthinking, the first thing that came to my mind was the destroying Tony's home scene. Yeah. Phenomenal.
I wrote down the end, but no, actually, it was
the credits. The credits. Yeah.
The credits.
Thank God.
It was that. I wrote down Tony's home, but I also wrote down the last battle because I just want to see the Iron Legion fight.
Yeah.
But Tony's home really is the best scene, to be honest.
Yeah.
Least best scene.
So right about the time Air Force One gets taken over and the end credits is the least best scene in the movie.
I'm gonna agree with that.
Sorry, guys. It was a hard watch.
Yeah, I agree. Best villain moment for you?
None. Okay. Fake villain moment, or I'll put it in two ways.
Okay.
I like when he's showing her the big brain because you can tell he's being flirty and all that crappy and all that, and you're up to no good. But it is a very good scene with them two in that moment. That's great. I like that scene. So that's what I'll give to the real villain. My favorite moment is when Ben Kingsley's pretending to be the Mandarin. I like when I'm going to kill this guy in 30 seconds. That whole scene's great. Love that. That's very intense. So there.
I wrote actually similar to that. For me, the imagery of the Mandarin was the best to see. And how they did it.
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff in that. That was probably my specific favorite one. Though,
yeah. I agree. That was a shocker when I'm watching it. Yeah. All right. Most punchable face. I actually have two.
You have two. Do you want to go first? I can go. I mean, let me just see. Yeah, okay. So there's a few in this one. Some of them, though, I forgive. The one I really want to punch, it's not so much his face. It is his face, too. It's his face and it's his reasoning, okay? The vice president needs his face smashed into the back of his head.
He was my second.
That SOB.
Yes.
First of all, come on. Look at his face.
Yes.
It's like a weird, I don't know what's going on there. And second of all, your motivation for betraying your country is because your kid's missing a leg.
Yes.
Go screw.
Yes.
You could have asked Tony to make her a fake leg that she could have ran faster with. You could have been on the good side and had good stuff going on.
He could have injected her of it without going through the charade.
It's just for her to get her leg. You want everything to go to hell. What do you...
Yes.
It makes no... Like I said, this movie got dumb all of a sudden. So we're forgetting the dumbest parts. That's how fucking... sorry. That's how... I apologize. That's how dumb it is. See, I get past it. I hate it when it gets that dumb, guys. I'm going to take a sip and let Sammy say his...
I could try editing that in post, but I don't know if it'll work.
Anyways. Hit a bleep.
Anyways. I did write the vice president as my second pick, but my first pick was that stalker TV guy. That is creepy. That I said TV guy. But,
is he punchable, though? Because he's kind of, he
is uncomfortable.
He's very uncomfortable.
He reminds me of that meme of X Factor, and that stalker guy is talking to Britney Spears, and she's like, "I'm uncomfortable with you standing up there."
But he comes through, though.
He
goes up and he sets the thing up for him. He comes through.
He does, but
yeah, he needs a punch, though. He needs to stop.
Oh,
I don't understand.
Creepy.
The obsession he has is wild.
Well, what's even worse than just having his face tattooed on him? It's not of a picture. It's a doll he made.
Yeah, that's wild.
That when you got to that point, I thought, oh, you got to punch him right now, because who knows what's going to happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, just to the molester there. So one prop you take home. I changed mine because I wrote down one thing, but later after I printed this out, I had to write something else down.
I got 3, so why don't you say yours?
Okay.
In case one of them's on there.
Sure. My one is the screwdriver Tony finds at the end.
Oh, that's a good one. That's good.
He finds it in the rubble of his house, and he's like, I could use this for stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That's a nice little trinket. Okay.
So the 3 that stick, I can't pick between them because I think they'd all be unique. I think the obvious one would be the watch.
Oh, yes.
The kid watch.
Yes, that's a good one.
Hello
Kitty.
And I like the name tag that he wrote the thing on the back of that she has in the end that shows him. I think that'd be a cool prop. And I also think the dog tags that he points to in the rubble would be cool.
Very good.
All 3 of those I think would be fun. But yours is great too. The screwdriver's awesome too. So
yeah, very good choices. Oh my gosh. All right. Bonus. The most underrated moment you would say of the movie?
The most underrated moment, mine's a silly one because I think I've talked about all the things I think are worth talking about that are good. So the rest that's underrated to me aren't good, so it doesn't matter. But I think the scene where Tony and Rhodes are sitting at the bar and they're talking about the Iron Patriot is one of my favorite scenes. Yeah. And I think what's underrated about that moment is, do you notice when Tony leaves, he like parked the Iron Man suit outside like a motorcycle? Like it's just out there hanging out. And he just walks out and steps into it and leaves. Like it's like, I don't know. I'm going to say underrated because no one talks about that as a scene. And I talked about all the stuff I loved. So I struggled with that one. So
my most underrated moment, I would say, were any of the PTSD scenes and the anxiety storyline. I think that
it could have been treated better.
Not only could have been treated better, but I think this movie kind of overshadowed it to the point where it almost belittled it. When those scenes were just that, it was perfect. It was great character development for Tony. But then when you get this crap that we're seeing on the TV screen right now of all the extremist stuff and all that, it's like it's overshadowing what could have been what should have been more of the climax of the movie, is him figuring out a way not to overcome it like he's getting rid of it, but overcome it as in I found a way to cope with it. So I think that was a little underrated. It wasn't talked about enough in this movie, or for in retrospective of this movie, I would say.
Mhm.
All right, most overrated moment for you.
The Pepper at the end getting all the powers. Can't stand
Super
it.
Pepper.
Yep, go Super Pepper. Can't stand it. It's dumb. And we're looking at it right now. I don't like any of what we're looking at right now. Look, why? What is this? What are we doing?
Pepper jumping up.
Yeah, sorry guys. You guys are looking at us like, what are we watching? It's like, yeah, it's just none of it. I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the character. It doesn't fit her character. It's not about a woman kicking butt. It's not the problem I got. It just does not fit her character at all. It just doesn't work for me.
I get that. I totally understand that. My overrated moment actually is the grabbing the people, the monkeys in the barrel, going down the.
No, that's a great one too. It's awful.
I could see that easily being clickbait for online stuff or for trailers and TV clips and all that. But honestly, it didn't fit.
Yeah,
and it was illogical. And so I feel like that would be an overrated, overhyped moment.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Funniest lines for you.
Okay, so it is Tony Stark lines. It's got
okay. Mine are two.
Yeah, I have two of them.
Oh, yes.
And
all right.
One of them is with the kid when he says, "Yeah," the kid says the thing about his dad leaving, and Tony goes, "Yep, dads do that." Like he just goes, he's so
like, he's
insincere.
Yeah.
Like he is so. But I laughed out loud. And the other one I laughed out loud is when the woman does show up at his house in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And he tells her, it's like, there's not some kid out there, right?
Yeah.
that I haven't met. And then that's like, that's about, 12 years old. And she says it'd be 13. And it's like, but the way he just goes, I'm not going to have some kid I haven't met, right? Like, I'm just like, okay. Like, that made me laugh. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I like one of my favorite, two. I have two of them too. One is when he looks at Harley and he repeats back to him, "We're connected." I thought that was pretty good. Mm-hmm. And then I like that when he's with Rhodey in the it's not a bar. What is that place?
It's like a little diner or something.
Like a diner. Yeah. And he looks over the kid that looks exactly like the kid from A Christmas Story. And he says, "You are great in A Christmas Story."
Yeah, he's got there's probably a ton of there's a ton of one-liners that he has. And
he's just so good at that.
He hits them so quick. Did you just doze off? Like the way he the way he hits them is just brilliant.
All right, most emotional moment for you.
I liked when he has his heart-to-heart with Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
I think you actually have the same.
Yeah.
I like that's probably the only moment in the movie that gets super emotional, anyways. Mm-hmm. So yeah, for me that's a great one.
All right, mine is exactly the same, folks. Exactly the same.
Although I will say one moment that did give me the feels a lot was when Happy was in the hospital and he was next to him and he kind of told the nurse about the show. And like, he was just like, because Happy's got these weird quirks too. And it shows their friendship, that there was a quirky thing about them together, Mm-hmm. So, but if I had to pick out the two, it's him and Pepper is the biggest one in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. All right. So guys, we're getting to our final scores, the multiverse meter for us. So out of 2, Ike, the story for you.
Well, they wrote something. So I'm going to give it a 0.5.
I did the same thing. I thought I was going real low there. Nope. Yep. All right. Characters for you.
1.
Same thing for me. Action and visuals.
2.
Yep. Same thing for me. Emotion and stakes.
0.5.
Okay. I was a little more generous, guys. I gave it a 1. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
0.5.
I gave it a 1.
Fair.
Yeah. All right. So, final scores. What did you give it for our final score? That's okay. That's okay.
So my final score on this movie, guys. God, I'm trying to temper myself because where I don't want to go too high on ones because I know there's ones coming. I don't want to go too low on some because I know there's worse coming.
You're trying to be consistent.
I'm trying to be consistent. So I am going to give this movie a solid 4.
Okay.
4 out of 10. I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the official Goodell Multiverse score then would be a 4.5 out of 10. Because
you gave it a 5?
A 5.
Yep.
So that sounds about right. 4.5.
Oh boy.
It just means, guys, wait till we get to the stuff that really is worse than this.
Every time I look over at your computer screen and I see Robert Downey Jr.'s face like that, I feel ashamed I'm talking so much crap about his movie because I like him so much.
Yeah.
I look over it, I'm like, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
but it sucks. Anyway.
All right. Final verdict. What is your one sentence final review for the film?
This movie, okay, one sentence final review. Worth a watch. Take a nap at the end or leave early.
I put, if you are not a comic fan and just want to watch a fun action-packed film with a little heart in it, then this is a good watch. If you are a comic fan and cared about the greater universe the MCU is constructing, then this film can be deemed irrelevant.
I like how our one-liners is I'm just like, I do these like real kind of like funny, like jabby things, but you got a real nice, elegant sentence. We're going to keep this. We're going to keep this up though. We're going to keep it like that. I'm doing it on purpose now because I'm like, I thought to myself, I'm going to have to write something better. Sammy's really kicking my butt. He's awesome one-liners. But I'm like, you know what? No, I think I'll be that other guy that just is like, yeah, this, there you go. Yeah.
Ike, why don't you take it away for this last part, guys? Our closing for the Goodell Multiverse podcast, episode 8. What would you have done differently to this movie? Pitch your version, sir.
So I'm not going to go into a whole like changing the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will say about making this movie better would be definitely, I think Tony, when he's tied up to the bed thing, I think he should say something to the villain that makes the villain want him to not like. I think they need to fix. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Let me start over. First of all, they need to fix this thing where they tried to kill him in the beginning, but then at the end, it was like, ultimately, we needed you. And I think that you could have fixed it easily if you just did it in the moment. If Tony come up with a thing to say to make him feel like he needed to have him.
Yep.
And that to me would have been smarter and more fun, personally. But there's some easy fixes, I think, that would make this ending better for me. If you want to keep the Iron Legion the way it did, sure, I got a gripe about that. I do think that the plane sequence could have used a little more logic, but you know what? I'll even give that to you. I'll let you have all the bull crap that I can be nitpicky about, okay? But these are 3 things that you could have done for me that would have made this movie at least feel a little better or be more thoughtful. First of all, I would have never made Pepper have the powers. This would have never happened. I think Tony should have reached his hand out. The whole scene should have played the way it did. She falls. He doesn't catch her. But then what does catch her should have been Rhodes in another Iron Man suit that you didn't know he got in and flew underneath with awesome music, and he catches her. And it just solidifies their friendship. It solidifies that they're there for each other, and he saved the thing that's closest to Tony. And then right after that, Tony should have put the suit on him just like he did in the movie, and that should have been the end of the villain, is Tony killing him with the suit blowing up.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been that villain's ending. The only other thing I would have added to this that would have made the plane in the sequence a little better with the presidential thing involved is this would have been the perfect time to have another character show up from the MCU to make you feel like this is still part of the big universe. And I would have had Captain America show up. I would have had him show up as on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's there to help save the president and let Cap be the one to do some real cool action scenes with a couple of the fire guys and get the president and get him out of there and then let the rest of the movie play out. That'd have been a great.
Yeah.
To me, that have made this movie a 6 out of 10. That's how far it would have worked for me.
Wow.
Believe it or not. That's big because it's just those little things that make you go, oh, give it a reason why they tried to kill him. And then let Tony be the one to take the bad guy out. Let Rhodes save her to solidify more of their friendship. Then if you do want him to kind of retire at the end, it was still a teamwork thing. I probably would have changed that too. I probably would have had him retire, but
yeah,
those are just little things I think would have been better about this movie without a complete rewrite. That's the only things I can think of. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just read through mine, guys, real quick here because we are getting to the end. So how I would have done it. I would have played into the story beats that the film desperately wanted you to see and feel, yet were overshadowed by some of the blatant mistakes that they had. Tony suffering from PTSD after the events of the Avengers and trying desperately to protect Pepper from an emerging, more dangerous world is perfect to enhance his character. Also, making him showcase his technology so he becomes more of a detective by natural progression, his curiosity plus his advanced tech. This is the Iron Man I want to see more of and definitely keep those elements. I would say definitely recognize that you need elements and figures that represent the bigger universe, since that's already been established. That what Ike said, add characters and just throwing some out there that could be kind of throwaway characters you could add in there, such as like a Black Widow, a Hawkeye, Maria Hill, Nick Fury, characters like that that showcase a bigger universe at play. They haven't forgotten the world outside. And for God's sakes, change the villain dynamic. Keep the Extremis storyline because that is interesting and it is a little refreshing for Iron Man as a film.
I agree.
Because if you think about it, the first two Iron Man films, it's just someone else in another armor. So this actually was interesting more for villain purpose. But the Mandarin, folks.
To see how symbolic that would be if Tony did kill him with the armor.
Mm-hmm.
You're also kind of doing like
cool.
You've complained about this before, so we're doing this for all you guys, you know?
Yep. Instead, I would suggest maybe a more obscure Iron Man villain, such as a character named Madame Mask, to become Iron Man's adversary. I did a little digging because I want to know what characters could have taken the place of the Mandarin that you then didn't have to worry about the whole Mandarin plotline, but would have made sense to the story they were trying to tell with the Extremis thing. And I discovered this character, guys. I know why Marvel, though, wouldn't have done it. I'm going to say this first and foremost because there was a controversy for this movie after it came out that they said the females will not sell toys. So they did not want the main villain to be a female. It's a stupid idea now, given that we've had Hela in Ragnarok, and that turned out really well, and I would buy that toy. But at the time, they thought that was risky. So they wouldn't have done
true? That's true, huh?
Yep.
They forget that, you know, Sigourney Weaver sold tons of Ripley toys from Alien back in the... Come on, guys. Kenner made a whole line of them in the 90s.
So this is how Madame Mask is who I would have picked. She's actually the daughter of a count to a major crime family. She was given away at birth to an American family and renamed Whitney Frost to protect her identity from her father's enemies. She was raised with a business mind mentality while also attempting acting. She eventually discovered her true heritage and began to learn the ways of her father, even getting martial arts training. In the comics, she even dated Tony at one point. But for the sake of this film, we'll skip that part a little bit. I do think that making her like an old flame of Tony and then coming back to being something else, kind of like what they alluded to with the Maya character.
Yeah.
I think that would have been a little cool. I would have made her a former actress turned businesswoman working with Aldrich Killian to acquire Stark Industries partnership. She could present herself as a CEO businesswoman in contrast to Pepper Potts. Pepper, of course, shouldn't like her when she visits Tony because she finds out that was his ex-fling at one time. So that's a natural thing that not really associate with your exes type thing. But she, like Maya in the original film, I would have had become an unsuspecting bad guy, with Killian trying to acquire Tony to solve the glitch in Killian's Extremis DNA sequencing. Kidnap Pepper as originally done, threaten to inject her, but not do it. Once they had done Tony and Pepper, I definitely would have had a little more of a radical side of Killian becoming a problem for Whitney, and during the battle would have had him burn Whitney's beautiful face. Using that Extremis fire hand that he has for a final blow, which would have given her iconic mask later on. And I would have ended it with her giving the final blow to Killian with an Iron Man mask on, which would have paid homage to what she looks like in the comics with a mask on because her face is so scarred. And also, I kind of like that stuff that Bryan Singer does a little bit with the X-Men, where it gives a little purpose behind the scars that people have or the changes they have. And that's how I would have done it for that. Yeah, that's my
it's a way better movie.
Different.
Yeah, I mean,
then you avoid the whole Mandarin thing. That was my goal, is avoiding that part.
Yeah.
But anyways, I agree with all the other things you said though too.
Yeah, I think we come up with a lot of different ways this movie could have been a lot better. Unfortunately, it just wasn't that. It sucks. It's not that.
All right, guys. Well,
yeah. Hey, thanks for watching, guys. For sure. I mean, that was a lot of fun. When you say it was a good time with that one, I think it was.
I think we had a good time with that. Honestly, it's making me anticipate the next episode already because
for sure,
we know we're going up.
Yeah,
in this one.
And with that said, what we got come up next, guys, is we got another breakdown, branch point breakdown, which is the season finale of Daredevil Born Again, Season 2, Episode 8, Season Finale review.
Yes.
Let's hope my predictions come true, y'all. I mean, I got a couple real good ones. Watch them not do either. It's be fine, but we'll see what it is. Let's hope it's good.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have Thor, The Dark World is going to be our main retrospective. That's going to be a fun one to revisit because I know it's one that gets a lot of crap. A lot of people say it's the least of Thor, some of the least of the MCU. I don't remember it that way, so I'm curious to see if I feel the same way now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it is not that bad, but I do remember it is not as good either. So I'm curious to see, I'm going to watch it twice or at least 3 times maybe if I can. But I try for 3, guys. Usually it's twice and then revisiting some scenes. That's usually what it's been with the schedule lately.
I'm probably going to be watching it as soon as we're done here while I'm editing this video.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I might watch it tomorrow.
Yeah,
to be honest with you. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it, and look, sometime within the next week, I have another episode of Dark Dimension coming out. It's a good one, guys. Got 3 new good ones for you. Some real gory stuff, fun stuff. Have fun with that. And I don't know, Sam, you got anything else to add?
I got nothing else to add. Just definitely like and subscribe to all of our social medias. And we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on TikTok too. We're rolling out those reels, guys, and we have some hot takes on those reels on things that are happening. So definitely be taking an eye or checking them out, I should say.
Check out my one on Thanos.
Oh,
all you Thanos haters out there, watch that.
Yeah. All right, and a shout out real quick on one of the reels that I did to Miss Evangeline Lilly. She shares the same sentiments that I have about the Marvel layoffs. I told you guys it was going to happen, and she's probably going to be the first out of many that's going to say it. So kudos to the Wasp. Thank you so much. All right, and thanks, guys, for joining us on the Goodell Multiverse podcast. We hope you guys have had a good time just as we have. Until next time, see you at the movies.